Welcome to Gen X Adulting, and today we have Vanessa Grigoriadis with us, the host of So Your Parents Are Old podcast. Welcome, Vanessa.
Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure. We've been waiting for this one because I think we scheduled this one like 6 months ago or something. So this has been a highly anticipated one on our end for sure.
Yeah, and I even thought it was last weekend and was like trying to reach out to you, but maybe you guys are like just devices off on the weekends because you need to protect your peace.
That would have been, we were out of town, I think, when we originally, before we switched that date, because it was us that switched the date, right?
I think so, but I didn't
Um,
switch the cal because I had put a
yeah.
reminder for myself, and then
Right.
I didn't switch my personal cal reminder, but forgot that it was me who had actually put that on. So,
Okay, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. 'Cause we were out of town, and when we're out of town, typically, I think we were out of town with our kids. We took them on like a little mini vacation to Savannah to see Billy Strings. Do you know who
Oh,
Billy
how
Strings?
nice. I don't, but I mean anything in Savannah that involves
Yeah.
jazz, right? Is that
Oh,
jazz? Yeah.
no, he's like
He's bluegrass
jam
rock.
band. Yeah.
Although I did come across they played the New Orleans Jazz Festival not too long ago, and man, they kill it.
Cool.
But
He's
it's
amazing.
bluegrass rock, just
You should check him
jamming.
out. He's
Yeah.
awesome. So we took our kids for the first time, and especially if we're doing something like that, we don't check the work, the podcast stuff. We're just like, yeah, you're right. We clock out.
I was impressed. I also, since my life is comprised of Gen X adulting, what I was doing that day was driving my daughter to go see, some friend of hers 45 minutes away. So I
Yeah.
had then called that local library and been like, "Hey, do you have like a soundproof room where I could
Oh my
record
goodness.
a podcast episode?" And it was a very shishi town. So they said, "Yeah, we have it." And I was like, "Amazing." And then when I realized it was the wrong day, I actually just got to sit in the library and read for a couple of
Wow.
hours. And I was like, sweet, this is
Okay.
amazing. I love it.
Now I don't feel
Thank God it's canceled. Like,
horrible. You got that quiet, peaceful time, which is
check out.
so rare. So
yeah,
that's good. Okay, our first question is always, what year were you born?
1973.
So you are Gen X.
Very. Yeah. I said to somebody when people started wearing like 1973 t-shirts
Mhm.
around, I was like, wow, people think it's like cool the year that I was born. But then I realized it's like an activist t-shirt for Roe v.
Oh, it
Wade.
is?
I believe so. Yes.
Oh, so Roe v. Wade was the year that.
Oh,
Oh
I
my
think it was 1970. When you see like a young woman, they're not saying, I think that year is cool and you, lady, are cool. They're saying, I support Roe v. Wade.
Oh my God.
I did not know that.
Although now, I don't know how it is with your kids, but we have our youngest is 16, but the 90s, they're all obsessed with the 90s and like Nirvana and grunge and all this stuff is coming back. My son put on Smells Like Teen Spirit on the radio
Mhm.
the other day, and he's like, "Have you heard this song?" I'm like, "Yeah, I heard this song." But
Yeah.
I love it.
No, I mean, it's on one hand, you have like the Butthole Surfers putting out a new documentary, and Gibby Haynes actually lives in my neighborhood, and my daughter
Really?
wanted to go see it. And I was like, okay. And then on the other hand, you have, the JFK Jr., Carolyn Bessette Kennedy love story, which I watched. And, I lived in New York City in the late 90s, and I didn't live in Tribeca, but, I would go down there. And it was really very true to the way it looked and that kind of minimalism. And you've got like her in this like slip dress and she's smoking and she's like flipping her highlighted hair around. And I was like, oh my God, I forgot we used to flip our hair in this weird
Yes.
way all the time,
Yes. True.
That's
It's
funny.
I actually I didn't officially meet him, but I was a hostess in a restaurant in Michigan and he was having a meeting. And so I took his coat, his trench coat.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got to hang up his trench coat and then when they
And
were
smell
done,
it.
I did, I did. It didn't smell like it didn't smell bad, but it didn't smell like cologne or anything. So that's what I
Right.
was hoping. And then when he was done, before he walked out, like all of us, the female workers all sat on a bench where you wait for a table. We all lined up just to stare at him as he left. And as he came around the corner, he actually was so gracious. He kind of laughed to himself and he's like, "Thank you so much." But he knew what we were doing. And we're just like, "We just want to watch you leave." And then he almost forgot his coat. And so I ran and grabbed it and I was like, "Sir." And he's like, "Oh, thank you so much." But I thought, oh, I should have kept that coat.
Right. You need to come to my apartment tonight. That's where the coat is.
I will understand.
Yeah, he was very, very sweet. Where were you born?
In New York City. Yeah. In
Okay.
Manhattan.
In Manhattan.
Mhm.
And how many generations back does your family go in Manhattan? Like, was it your grandparents, your grandparents, your parents?
No, so my dad grew up in Istanbul, but he was Greek in Istanbul. So we would call it Constantinople, which is what the Greeks call that Turkish city. He came here to go to Lehigh, typical immigrant story, to become an engineer. And my mom's parents were both from Greece and came like in the 1920s. And her mom worked at a hat factory, and her dad ended up working in restaurants. And she lived in New Jersey. She grew up in Fort Lee, but then she went to Barnard, and the two of them met actually in Manhattan.
Do you know how they met?
They met through some Greeks, through some Greek Americans who were setting each other up, and they didn't really, I think it was an engagement party. They didn't really like each other that much. And then they actually went on a Greek American skiing weekend to, I don't know if it was Stratton, but someplace in Vermont, and decided that they liked each other.
So
this trip.
funny.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You know how old they were
Cute.
when they met?
I think my dad was probably 30 and my mom was maybe 22 or 23. Maybe, yeah, that's probably right.
Okay. And so they didn't like each other at first. So I'm sure there was the sexual tension more than anything else. Usually, if you don't like each other at first and then you do, that's what it is.
I mean, I try not to think about things like that, but sure, yeah. Well, my mom was an artist, is an artist. My mom is still alive. She's an artist. And, my dad was, more of a suit. And she was looking for somebody who was a bit more, sort of avant-garde, I think.
Right.
But he was a very a rebellious thinker, and quite counterintuitive in the way that he perceived the world. So I think eventually she figured that out. Yeah.
That would have been, was that during the 60s?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and they were in
early 60s.
Yeah. So was she part of that whole beatnik, cool, I'm
Ginsberg,
picturing Bob Dylan, that whole vibe.
Yes.
Because she's an artist.
Very much. She very much was. Yeah. So she went to Barnard, and she was class of 1963, which is an incredible class of women. So Twyla Tharp, if you know her, the modern, mother of modern dance, Erica Jong, who wrote Fear of Flying and, a million other books, and whose daughter, if you read this book, it's just great. Molly Jong Fast wrote a book about her last year called How to Lose Your Mother, which was about her mom having dementia. And Martha Stewart was also class of 1963. And so my mom and Martha Stewart were not boarders, at least the first couple of years. So my mom was not allowed by her parents to live at Barnard. And so they would take the bus, across the George Washington Bridge. And then, so my mom was an artist, and she was had fabulous, amazing clothes that she made herself. And yes, beatnik, hippie, long, black, straight hair. It's,
Awesome.
yeah. I've just digitized a ton of photos of her. So I'm experiencing that really for the first time, right? Because I was not around.
Right. No, I mean, that is so cool. So yeah, imagining that, and then your dad's a suit. So I'm sure at first she's like, no,
right.
But
Yeah.
maybe during that ski trip, she got to get a little deeper into the levels, and he has some depth, and he actually has some thoughts that aligned with hers. So that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was in a lot of ways, he hated the church, the Greek church, and was like, if you grow up in a country where you're the minority, and there was in 1955 like a kind of crystal knocked kind of night for the Greeks there when he was still living there, you're gonna really not trust like political leaders, right? So he was, I mean, in a lot of ways, she was the milder person, even if the way that you would have perceived her when you met her was, this very experimental lady.
But his feelings were actually probably a little more extreme.
For sure.
Yeah, that's
Well, he
interesting.
semi-escaped something in many ways then, right?
Right. I mean, her life was really quite like charmed. I mean, her, as I said, her parents came from Greece. Like her dad grew up in a town without a well, like an island town without a well, comes to America. He's able to send his daughter to Barnard, and drive a Cadillac. And, she got her wedding dress from Bergdorf's. And I mean, her life was quite like,
That's amazing.
And then both she and my dad became much more, they really were leftists, and they really became very anti-materialistic in a lot of ways. They really shunned a lot of that stuff. My father then became a professor after being an engineer and working at IBM.
Okay.
So,
When you say he went to Lehigh, like Lehigh University in Pennsylvania?
right. Yeah.
Okay.
So he was like, the guy on the plane who's, the immigrant guy who's coming to get a science degree in America, but he stayed.
And that's worlds apart from New York, like from Manhattan. It's a nice area. It's beautiful, but it's
Well, but that is, but Istanbul is a very cosmopolitan city, so he had grown up. He had gone to an American school there also, so
So he worked at
but
IBM.
he also worked at, he was an engineer, then he worked at IBM, and then IBM actually sent him, and my mom went with him to University of Wisconsin to get a PhD. And then when he finished and they came back to New York, he was like, I don't really want to work at IBM anymore.
Thanks for that, but
ready to not do that.
It's like black pants, a white shirt, maybe even a tie back then, right? It's very,
oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the no tie thing's just really recent in the last probably 10 years, I would say.
No, much longer
America,
than that.
You think?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. Okay, so how long did they know each other before they got married?
Oh God, I don't know, but maybe a year, if that. I mean, people used to get married so quickly, right?
Yeah. And he was quote unquote older for back then, 30. So it would have been like, okay, like she wasn't, but she wouldn't have been considered young back then either. That would have been normal as a 22-year-old to get married, right?
Right. Yeah.
How long were they married before you came along?
Quite a while. So she was 30, I believe, when I was born. So yeah.
So what did she do once they got married? Did she work? Was being an artist what she did for work?
So in addition to these photos, I have also just digitized a video of my mom that she gave for a grant, a New York State, like, we used to have things like this, right? Like Council of the Arts grant. Yeah. So, she explains, and there is a Bob Dylan reference in here. So, she had this friend, she didn't know what to do. She basically graduated with a master's from Columbia and, then said, well, what shall I do? And the answer is like, well, do you know how to type? People are not hiring. It's then 1965. Like, people are not hiring you as a professional, like, ladies just off the bat. So she had a friend who I guess was dating Bob Dylan. I mean, I feel like when you talk to women of this era who were in Manhattan and glamorous, almost everybody will tell you they either dated Bob Dylan or had a friend who dated Bob Dylan. So she had a friend who dated Bob Dylan, and they went on the QE2 together to Europe. And it's like a cruise, like a old school cruise ship
Oh,
boat.
okay.
Yeah.
Like across the Atlantic type of thing?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
So went to Europe, and then she did this and that, and she ended up walking into the Guggenheim and getting hired as an assistant, like just walking in and being like, "Hello, do you have any work for me?" And they were like, "Oh, the chief curator is looking for an assistant. Like, do you know how to take speed writing notes, and she said, well, I know how to type, but, I don't know about that, but I'll learn, they said, will you learn? And she said, yes. And so she ended up working there for a bit of time. Now I'm like sort of mixing up the dates, but basically after she went to Wisconsin with my dad, she realized when she was in Wisconsin that she needed to paint and have art as an outlet, and that she really couldn't be a curator and work at a museum. And so when she came back to the US, she was a painter, and she actually started the first women's like co-op art gallery with some other women on Worcester Street in Soho
Oh, cool.
in
Wow.
1972. How crazy is that? Yeah.
That's amazing. Okay, so
Yeah.
they get married. Did they go to Wisconsin fairly soon after they got married?
I believe so. Yeah.
So she goes to Wisconsin, and she during that time has an enlightened moment where she's like, I need to paint. Like, this is what I need to do. And then she goes on this cruise.
I think the cruise actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the cruise may have been first, but she basically, I think the cruise was back when she was like right before she got this curatorial job. Then they got married,
Okay.
and then they went to Wisconsin.
Okay, so she worked over in Europe for a little bit before she got married, basically.
Right, exactly. And then
Was Bob Dylan on that cruise with her friend?
no, I don't think so. The way she always told the story was that like she got on the she got on the boat, and she was like sitting on her bed and like, putting all her things away in the drawers, and the friend came in and was like crying because she was like, Bob, I have to leave my boyfriend Bob, and I feel so sad, and blah blah blah.
Oh my God. No, Bob's probably fine. I think
Yeah, Bob was like, okay, whatever, flavor of the week,
Okay, so wow, what an experience. When she walked into the Guggenheim, she had to have had a vibe where they were like, definitely, because she was naturally had that artistic vibe or whatever she had going on just to walk in. And
No, she was really a knockout. And looking at this video, I remember her telling me that, she grew up in New Jersey, and she had like a Jersey accent. And when she went to Barnard, they said, you need to take elocution lessons. So you listen to the way she's speaking in this tape, and it's really that, I don't know what they call it, transatlantic or whatever, the way that like the upper class sort of women would speak at that time,
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, she was a very like dignified, very good manners, kind of like, came off as like an extremely well-bred, beautiful woman who also was really talented, and had an enormous amount of success. I mean, we could also bring up the part where I'm born, but like, the story in my family is that, my mom was a painter, and I was born, and she gave up her painting for me. That wasn't it, but more like, I became so important. I became like the number one thing in her life. And I'm very involved in working on her archives now. And I'm just like looking at all of these images of paintings that were created, enormous, like 6 foot by 6 foot, very complicated paintings that were created in like 73, 74, 75, 76. And I'm like, wow, like where I'm just curious where I was, like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, so I lived in a small 2-bedroom apartment on the Upper West Side, and my parents made a wall in my bedroom. So I slept on one side of the wall and she painted on the other side of the wall. So I might have been there. She might have been
Right.
painting. I don't really know.
I see.
You
Okay.
don't
So
have like early childhood memories of like waking up and seeing like a half a mural type
I
of thing?
really don't. I mean, I don't really believe that you can remember anything before like what, 7,
There is
maybe
a certain point.
6?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, that makes just to be a fly on the wall of that, right? Because she got married and she's an art. She worked at the Guggenheim. She got married, goes to Wisconsin, comes back. When she came back to the city, is that when she started painting? Before she had you?
So she was painting in Wisconsin because
Okay.
she was so, isolated and felt that she was just the what suddenly she's like the wife of the promising graduate student. I don't know
Yeah.
if you've had that experience of, when you're in a university, nobody cares about the spouse, right? Like a lot of deals people make to become professors, they have to say, like, you have to make my, wife or husband an adjunct, right? Or we're not moving here because I know you're after me, but you got to help that other person. But there's always that like sort of power imbalance. And I think she just felt like, she didn't grow up being some like incredible cook, homemaker, that wasn't like her role. And now suddenly she's the wife of the promising graduate student, sort of sitting at home going to dinner parties and nobody wants to talk to her, right? And like, is she going to make like a dinner party at her house? Well, she's not even really so sure of how to do that. And she started painting as an outlet. And um again, in this video that I saw, she had never said this to me, but it really tracks and makes sense. um we're even working at the Guggenheim with like this chief curator, there was this sense that art was this holy thing and it was made by very special people, and the curatorial staff is there to support these special people with like this special connection to, I don't know, whatever, God or a higher, your higher abilities to create,
Right.
right? And so the way she characterized it is like, I would never have actually felt self-confident enough to create art if I had stayed at the Guggenheim, because I would have felt that my life was in service of these other people and I was not worthy to do it, you know?
Wow. Yeah, her
S-
imposter syndrome would have taken over.
Right, exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm picturing her in Wisconsin outside of the sophistication of New York having
Right.
to
Well,
pay
there's
a
also
toll,
that. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like,
right? So
you
it's
know,
like painting had to have been an outlet. And I'm sure she yearned to get back, right? I'm sure she was like counting the days. I got to get out of here.
How long were
oh,
they
she said
there?
she cried. She says she like cried every day. I don't know,
Sure.
3 years, probably
Yeah.
something like
Well,
that. Yeah.
and being an
Lifetime.
artist wouldn't have been, especially a woman, wouldn't have been anything back then. Anyone would have cared to talk to her about it at a dinner party, and wouldn't have held any
Could have
validity.
chuckled
It would
at
have
her.
been more like, "Oh, that's a nice little
Yeah.
hobby. How cute!" and
Yeah.
patted her on the head and
Right.
continued on to the
Yeah.
next important person. So to feel insignificant, that would have been such a struggle, especially in that
I'm
location.
picturing her running around the village on Worcester Street and Bleecker Street and down that whole area during that time. I'm extremely jealous.
I know. Yeah. Well, it's not even the village. It's like Soho. It's like where I grew up going down there. So I lived on the Upper West Side and we would go down there for openings of her gallery. And it was like the scary place.
Yeah.
Now it's like Louis Vuitton. I mean, I'm not like
Walt Disney.
exaggerating. It's truly, the
Yeah.
most expensive real estate in America is
Yeah.
where they had this little
Yeah.
gallery. And,
Well,
um,
did that happen? So they leave Wisconsin and they go back to the city, right? And then is that when she started, like she was started to paint in Wisconsin, but did she start to show in when they came back to the city?
Pretty quickly, yeah, pretty quickly after that, she had a few shows, and then, was one of the first, there were like 4 or 6 women who sort of started this gallery, and then they recruited, and it was 20 women to start. And so pretty quickly after that, she was
That's amazing. Was your
involved in
dad
that.
supportive of her art?
Extremely. Yes, totally. Yeah.
See, and that's that part of him, right? That from the
Yeah.
outside you wouldn't think, but that's really cool because that
Yeah.
would have been totally the norm. So
Yeah.
that's
They had a really loving relationship. They had a good, very good marriage. I mean,
yeah.
they were, whatever, difficult in their own ways as well.
Well, that's
I'm also an only child. So it's like,
that's
you
awesome.
know,
So basically, what I'm picturing is those first 8 years or whatever before you were born or so. She's an artist. She's showing. Your dad is a well. Where did he become a professor when they came back to the city?
he was actually a professor in Rutgers in New
Oh,
Brunswick. So
Okay.
he drove
okay. So
drove to New Brunswick. Yeah.
okay. So they're doing their thing, professor artist thing.
hmm
So they're up on the Upper West Side, and he's commuting over to like
I know,
either
very
North
annoying. Yeah,
or
but he only
Central.
had to go like a couple days a week because he was
Okay.
more of a research.
Okay.
That's nice.
That's
Yeah.
a pain in the butt, though.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
yeah.
definitely a pain in the butt. It
For
was
sure.
definitely the bane of his existence. He tried everything. He tried taking the train, then he would bike to the train. I mean, he tried everything.
I actually grew up in New Jersey, northwest corner. So
Okay.
we would go into the city and stuff. And at a certain point, I had to work out in Brooklyn. So what a nightmare. I had to drive in
Totally.
Hoboken, catch the path over to like, I think it was the A train out to Brooklyn and do that. Nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, he wanted to move to New Jersey, and my mom just wouldn't hear of
Well,
it.
Yeah.
She was
Yeah.
like, I got out of New Jersey. I'm not going
Yeah.
back there.
And it created such. Is the gallery that she started? Is it still in existence?
It's still around. Yeah. I mean, it's in a totally different location now, but yeah, she had a long career. I mean, her career definitely dropped off in like the 90s, but then she's had a late in life, like, resurgence. As people say, like, as a female artist, you can look forward to not getting a lot of recognition until you're 80. And that actually is what happened.
That's what's
But
happening.
she did have recognition. I mean, she was definitely like a well known within the art world artist in the 70s and probably early 80s.
Has that museum that she started, or not museum, what would it be
Gallery.
called?
Yeah, gallery.
Is she acknowledged somewhere inside the gallery? Like, do they have a picture of her as a founding member?
I mean, I wonder. I'm not really sure, but they're like working on a book. I mean, there's an amazing, I'll send, if you guys want to see it, you can put it up if you want. I'll send you a picture. There's like an amazing photos from that time of the original group of women. It's like the kind of thing that's studied if you're an art history major today and you're really interested in post-war feminist art. You're gonna learn about this gallery, right? But if you're just like a fancy art person, maybe you don't know about it. Or if you study old masters, maybe you don't know about it. But she was, I don't know. It's really hard. My mom is not well. So like I say was, but she's alive, so.
Right. What is her name for our listeners if anyone's listening and wants to look for her?
Mary Grigoriadis. Yeah.
And for our listeners, we'll include her name in the show notes too, so you can reference that. But that's really cool. Okay, so they're doing their thing.
Yeah.
You come along, and now she's a mother. Did she? And you said it sounds like she continued to do her art while raising you. Did that continue through your childhood, or does that feel more like in the first like 6-7 years of your childhood, and then it kind of
No, it continued. So basically, my parents, we lived in one apartment, and then there was like 7 or 8 apartments on the hall, and my mom rented an apartment on the hall that was a studio, right, without a bedroom or anything, and she began painting in there when I was probably like 7, so that it wasn't like she was painting in my bedroom. And so as a teenager, that was, deeply annoying because I would come home and then I'd be like, oh, yes, sweet, I'm all alone. Like, watch TV, have Cheetos, do whatever I want. And then you'd like hear the creak of that. I had like a very discernible sound the studio door when she would be opening it and closing it in the hallway, because this is just like a regular, like, apartment building, right? Nothing fancy.
Right.
And I would just be like, oh, she was in the studio, she's about to come in here, turn off the TV, like.
Was that like elementary, junior high age, or was
I
that
think junior high, probably. Yeah.
were you not supposed to be watching TV?
I was not really permitted to watch TV very much. I was allowed like a half hour of TV a day. Yeah. I wasn't allowed to play any video games.
So did you not have an MTV era, like a lot of Gen X kids that came home from school?
I mean, I was not allowed to have MTV. My parents didn't have cable television. So the thing is like, I write a lot about pop culture, and a lot of it is because as a person who then became in her 20s and 30s, I became fascinated by this stuff that I wasn't able to really access. I mean, my friends in high school would just be like, it's like your parents sort of think you guys are like so hoity-toity and perfect a little bit. Like, my father only listened to classical music. We didn't really have I mean, we had one TV without cable. Like, my mom's obviously an artist. They spoke Greek to each other. There was just a little bit of this sort of like, not like so holier than thou, but just intellectual, we don't really have any use for you. They had really no, interestingly, because they both grew up not with tons of money, but well off, really renounced all of that. They were also very involved in like the Vietnam War protests and all of that. So they didn't want really anything to do with bourgeois life, like. Never in my life did I hear my parents have like a long conversation about how good this coffee maker is and how they're going to buy it. Like, they're just like, whatever, this is a Mr. Coffee. Like, they almost, in a way where it was like almost too much. Like, it was like, you don't actually have to always drive a secondhand car, like,
What did you?
but that's what they thought was cool,
What did he teach? What was he, a professor?
He was a computer scientist. So he went from engineering to like IBM, where the computers were like an entire story, right, of like the Chrysler building or something.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure the stuff that he did in computer science, I mean, he did something called linear optimization, which is sort of like what Google is, right? Like, coming up with these equations that, one of the only things I understood that he did is he worked with Germany and like he wrote the equation to program all their buses. So it was like, okay, if there's rain, that's one variable. If there's like a huge mountain, that's another variable. Those people who did what he did, they're like out of work now, right? That kind of like high level math thing. I mean, that's what AI is made for.
Technology is the foundation of, like you're saying, Google and algorithms and modern computing. IBM created all of that. So it's kind of cool. He was very probably linear in his thinking, which is interesting, though, to become, say, a leftist activist. We're not going to participate in commercialization type of guy, right?
Totally. Yeah.
It is. It's very interesting. It's almost like, I wonder if he went so far anti-materialist and anti-capitalism, all that stuff, to counteract the way his brain thought, like that.
Well, and I wonder too, I bet your mom brought that out of him, because he was smart. What you're describing, to get a PhD in this stuff, he's a smart dude.
For
right?
sure.
And
yeah.
Your mom's an artist, so he probably his left brain was overdeveloped or on.
Yeah.
And your mom brought out the right.
He probably balanced.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Definitely. But he was also the dominant person. Like, he really was the dominant force in the house and the person who made the big decisions, right? But he was also an overthinker. So she was very involved in like reading the emails and trying to strategize whatever this thing is. And, there was always some like, problem with whatever, the building didn't fix this thing, and it would turn into like a 2 month like back and forth. And, I would just be like, oh my God, I so don't want to be part of whatever this weird thing is you guys were going through together. But
That's hilarious.
yeah, it's fascinating because she, of course, being at this feminist gallery and also being, a female artist of that era and a feminist herself, you would think that she was actually the one who was more dominant, but it wasn't really like that,
But was some of that because of just the Greek culture?
I think some of it was because of the Greek
Yeah.
culture, and I think she was brought up to be a lady who, listened to her. Her father was also like very much the, the sort of gregarious man in the family who took care of the other relatives and everybody respected and looked up to.
Right.
So she
Right.
felt that way, that was where she was like comfortable,
Yeah.
But it's been this fascinating experience of, so my dad passed away in 2017, and so much of the home life was about him having time to do his work because he would stay up very late writing his papers. He wrote a lot of journal articles or whatever. And then, of course, I was always studying. Only straight A's were acceptable, right? And my mom never talked about her art. She really kept everything very close to the chest. And in the end, you look at my dad's, he's got 70,000 papers that nobody can understand or read, right? Because they're like almost hieroglyphics, right? A lot of them are these math equations. And I write articles which, they basically sort of start disappearing after like 5 or 6 years. They're the first half of history, but then they get forgotten. And in the end, whose career is going to be the one that's going to be remembered in 50 or 100 years? It's actually my mom's.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's been a very fascinating time to sort of realize, as you unpack your parents' life, you learn all sorts of things, not only about them, but about you and about how you grew up. And
Oh yeah. Especially this time in our lives, right?
Yeah.
What a
when
realization.
we have the space to do it. Well, I find it so fascinating because she was obviously this just force of feminine energy and life and this talented artist and a vessel as artists, I think, view themselves as a vessel, is what you were kind of referring to earlier, of just this talent and projecting it out for society as a gift almost. It's like once it's out there, it doesn't really even belong to them anymore. It belongs to whoever reads it, views it, listens to it. It's theirs now. It's the person that you're sending it out there to.
What?
And that's amazing. That's like, there's so much there. And then to counter that with, she was, even in that, as a woman, she was kind of shushed. That part of her was kind of shushed because she didn't speak about it. You said, like with you, it wasn't like discussed in the home regularly. Her art, she was down the hall doing her art. Even though she started this gallery, it doesn't sound like in the home it had as much prominence as your dad's work. So it was still kind of like, it was still kind of that concept of, that's nice that you're doing that, but how cute, not literally, but just kind of like, that's her thing, and not given the reverence that it deserved, obviously.
Absolutely. I think somebody said to me, like, is your mom like a trad wife? And I was like, I don't think she was a trad wife. She really never cooked. We ate a lot of takeout Chinese. So I don't think that doesn't really track. But, I think neither my dad nor I were blessed with any sort of visual gene. So we didn't know like what we're looking at. We don't know what this art is. We don't know why it's good. I don't think she wanted to talk to us about any of that because it was just not interesting, right? And then, what else is there? Okay, I'm trying to sell this painting. This person's interested, but now they're not interested, or something along those lines. I don't know what she would have really discussed with us. I think that she just, I don't know. Look, I'm in contact with a lot of her friends now, for various reasons. And one of them said to me, you know, I was close with your mom. Her husband was my dad's best friend. And of course, I spent a lot of time with your mom, but I have to admit, I think I knew your dad better
Mm.
because, and this was like her best friend, because
Wow.
she just was so quiet and so reserved and didn't really, you know, want to disclose that much. She really had like no patience for fools. Like she was just one of those people who would be very like, this is not interesting to me, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's almost like the way she communicated was her art.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Like,
think so. I mean, I also had this friend say to me, so this is another realization that I had. So we go through life and I played violin, my dad played violin, we played a little together. I played very seriously till I was basically like 16 or 17, and
mm,
then I was just like, whatever, I'm in college, this is great. But I distanced myself from my parents in my 20s. Like, I was sort of like, I'm out of here. Like, I don't need to be sheltered by you guys and be told, like, this is the way to live. And this is, it was almost like a very immigrant mentality of like, we're the best and nobody else is. And I was like, I'm meeting other people and they feel pretty good and interesting. So, like, I'm not sure if I totally trust this.
mhm.
Um, but so I always felt like, God, my parents loved me so much, and I'm the one who pushed them away. And this friend said to me, Vanessa, your mom really only had three loves, and it was your dad, you, and your art, and her art, in
Mhm.
that order. And I was like, wait, you mean I'm not, not, not me? Number one, just like,
Right.
oh my God, like, of course it was in that order. But, part of going through all my parents' stuff is this realization of like, in some ways, was I not cool enough for my parents? I always thought that they were not cool enough for me.
Hmm.
But I'm looking at these people's lives because my dad died very suddenly. My mom has dementia, got very sick, and then didn't really clean anything up or anything. And they saved everything. So I'm like responsible for everything. Every piece of their lives has to be processed and either thrown away or kept by me. Right. And of course, I'm going to look at it.
Hmm.
Um, God, it was pretty cool. Like they had a lot of cool stuff and cool letters and,
Were
a
they
whole
hoarders?
life, right?
Yeah,
Like
Did,
yeah.
did they hoard a lot of stuff like save?
totally
Hmm.
beyond. Yeah. But it was organized. Like, I mean, not
Right.
my dad also was super DIY. Why would you hire somebody to fix this? I can fix this,
Love
and
that guy.
Yeah, Brian.
my husband, who is a contractor and an architect, he was just like, okay, we've got to do something. The electrical's not working. Like, we've got to do something. And
Yeah.
like, the electrician would come over and be like, what is happening in here? Like, there's like 16 things wired together. And like, I don't get what is going on. And, but yeah, and his stuff, like that kind of stuff, like his workbench was not organized. But in terms of, the filing cabinets and everything was
Hmm.
like super organized. But why? Why are you keeping this? What is the purpose of these credit card receipts from 1993? Like, I do not understand the purpose of
Yeah.
this,
But I think some of that's
That's
that
wild.
generation. I think
very
that
much. Yeah.
generation felt very much like even his mom, who she actually is a hoarder, but she's kept all paperwork. She has file cabinets of paper, and I think some of that is that they think you're supposed to keep everything, keep every receipt, and
Hmm.
instead of for us, everything's so digitized now. But even when you're done with it, you shred it. You're done. You let it go. I don't
Right.
think that generation. But I was just thinking about like to be raised by two such talented people in their own right, uniquely talented and on a higher level in their area. And then the way they raised you was on that same level, like disconnected from the mass, from general pop, gen pop, as I call it. You were raised away from general population.
Yeah.
And so, and then I get what you're saying. It's almost like was I not cool enough to like to be at their level? But obviously that's not true. But it was almost like they didn't, it sounds like maybe didn't connect that level of themselves with you, let you in on that level where you could feel a connection there. It was like they're here and you still stayed here in a way. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
I don't know. I mean, it could also just be that I was just a only child brat, teenager, and
Yeah.
just like, I mean, I and didn't like really grow out of that in some ways until way later. Um, I think part of the issues is just that I went to a private school. I kind of wanted to have what the other people had. And like,
Yeah.
why are we have a Honda from like 20 years ago, and they didn't like that. They didn't like that that vibe kind of killed the vibe in some ways.
Right.
And I think they loved me so much and they were really proud of me. So it's not like I feel they were not in any way abusive or weird
Oh, right,
or
right, right.
cold or anything. They
Yeah.
were like, but I think that my mom was just really naturally very private and reserved. And I'm sort of the opposite and very, externalized. And my dad was too. And that just maybe wasn't the right balancing. I mean, a family is a lot about balancing, I realize now that
Yeah.
I have my own. And having one kid is kind of great for the parents, as people say, like it's the ultimate life hack. Like, great. Okay. Sweet. You come along on my life. Like,
Yes.
and
Yes.
but it's hard. It is hard for the kids, and it's particular. I mean, the reason I'm making this podcast, this So Your Parents Are Old podcast, is because when having to deal with elderly parents when you're an only child is like there's support groups just for that because it's so difficult,
Yeah.
practically, logistically, emotionally. It's just like, oh my God, what a whopper.
It's all on you.
Yeah.
You don't
Every
have the thing of that people normally have, which is like the brother does the finances and you do like the day-to-day care and one person lives far away, but like when they come, everybody gets a break. Like you're just like you're it.
Yeah. You're the
Yeah.
person.
You get no break.
You said you went to
Yeah.
private schools. So during those elementary years, were you even, were you, and you weren't coming home? I'm just picturing, so you weren't having that Gen X latchkey typical after school life the rest of us were having, a lot of us were having, I should say. But during that time, did your interest in music show up that early? Like, were your interests music or were you ever interested in athletics or any other type of
I
art?
mean, I was not interested in athletics to the point that I took like dance in high school because you were allowed to opt out of athletics.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there's always that question of like, what did you like and what did your parents like? My dad played violin and I wanted to play violin because he played violin. I started when I was 5. So I was like one of those little kids who plays Suzuki and like I played by ear. So like I didn't read music and you're just like, memorizing stuff. I mean, I went to public school until ninth grade and, you know, I don't know. I guess the part I'm not saying is like there was, I went to a magnet school and um there was a lot of focus on how I was smart and other like kids weren't as smart as me and a lot of focus on performing because I got very interested in violin and dance and theater and it's something that I have been trying to think my way through in my life. Like, how much of that was me feeling I had to perform for my parents, that this was a way to get them to pay attention to me, and how much of it was like, oh, I just really liked violin.
Mm-hmm.
And then later in my 20s, very quickly, I became a journalist and I worked for New York Magazine, which is read by like all their friends. So suddenly I was also in a very performative role of,
Mm-hmm.
oh my God, I saw Vanessa. She read this article. That's so great. Like, blah, blah, blah. And so that is something my parents really liked. I mean, again, like going through all their stuff, it's like, okay, what is this box? Oh my God, it's a copy of every magazine from this year that I published something. Then here's another box with all the magazines from that year that I published something, you know? And so I don't know. I mean, I think of it more as like I had the reverse Gen X thing where I almost had like too much of a smothering kind of
Right.
experience growing up. And I didn't have that, you know, oh, okay, parents divorced, whatever, you're able to do what you want. But my friends did. So I wanted to have that. Like, I wanted to be the person where I could have my friends over in the afternoon and nobody would be at home and, like, you know, whatever, drink wine coolers or whatever we did at that time, you know?
You wanted to drink from the hose.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
you
There was
wanted to
definitely, you were
chill.
not coming to my house and doing any like whippets or, you know, whatever,
No.
the beer hose thing, that the name of
The
which I
It's
beer,
funny you
forget.
say that.
what's the funnel?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
beer.
the funnel, right?
beer
The
bong.
funnel.
Beer,
I don't know
beer
if people
funnel.
still do that.
They do.
I don't see people with a funnel that often.
Yeah, they do it at college
Yeah.
still.
Okay,
They do,
all right.
yeah, the beer, but we did it in high school. My God, in the wine coolers, and I never did whippets personally, but people did whippets for sure.
Well, what's funny is I was probably that kid. I grew up in Northwest New Jersey. We'd come into the city when I was like 14 or 15, walk the streets, go to the delis, buy a beer, put it in the brown bag, and walk around and drink it. And then we could buy whippets, little canisters. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was out
Yeah.
there doing
I was killing brain cells while you were
You were playing the
being smart.
violin.
Yeah.
right, exactly. Yeah.
Would you characterize yourself as a high achiever?
I think yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm an intellectually that high an achiever, but I'm a very highly efficient, organized, achievement-oriented person.
And back
Yeah.
then, as a child, like because you're talking about a lot of Gen Xers did seek out affection and love through performance based activities.
Right.
A lot of those are also high achievers, and they can remember it as early as like 6 or 7, like that feeling of you're the highest testing when it comes to reading in the whole class, you get the most stars, and that feeling, and then chasing that feeling of being the best, being the top through all of through elementary, through junior high, through high school. Does that line up at all with your
Oh,
experience?
for sure. But isn't it the same for kids today? Like, isn't that why they're all getting trophies every 2 seconds? Because,
No, because they don't have to work as hard because they are getting those trophies. Everyone's getting something. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So it's almost like I don't, obviously, there are kids like that for sure, but I think we've made it all okay if you don't get that.
I wonder,
You know what I
though.
mean? Like it's okay
right.
to not get that.
I wonder what you're describing. You had intellectually superior, for lack of a better word, parents, right? They're very smart, high achieving. Um, I wonder if when you got the grades or the certificate, if it meant as much. Like, I wonder if your parents celebrated it as much as maybe the kind of person you're describing.
The regular feral kids.
No, they celebrated it. I think it was more just that there was not like an acceptance of if it didn't happen.
It was the baseline. It's like, this is what's expected.
This is like the baseline.
You're
Yeah.
making the baseline.
What's
Okay.
next?
Right. Yeah. And then, you know, later in my life, they would always just be like, I don't understand why you can't relax. And I would just be like, God, I don't understand that either.
You consider yourself, because you did have the parents home and the parents involved, so you wouldn't have had that hypervigilance of those of us who were like on our own, because along with that, being on your own, that independence becomes a lot of hypervigilance, fight or flight, a lot of other issues. But would you say, even though you had the parents attentive and they were present and you weren't necessarily feral and on your own, did you still grow up with hypervigilance and fight or flight or walking on eggshells for other reasons?
I don't think so. I think that I'm not like a people pleaser. I'm not like, oh, let me help you. I'm sort of like, I would like to help you if I genuinely want to help you. And if not, I don't really, you know, like,
Man, that's
and
awesome.
just sort of the way I've always felt. But I think what is more my issue is always feeling like I have to do more, you know, that feeling of, and the anxiety over like, why are things not progressing? And every high that you get, you just forget immediately that that was good, and then you move on. And I think actually part of why it's been so difficult for me taking care of my parents this whole, like, you know, it's been almost 10 years that I've been dealing with my dad, you know, died, and dealing whatever in some fashion, it's been 10 years, is that it's just like a to-do list that doesn't stop. And I don't know how to handle that because I'm used to just being able to knock things off and then just be like, I did it, you know, like, and with just general Gen X adulting, it's just like, and then there's the list for the kids, and then there's the list for, you know, and suddenly you're like, oh my God, I have to come up with a system. I mean, somebody told me, and this is actually working quite well for me, like just write down everything you have to do. And then it's not like separate lists, like one for the kids, one for my mom, one for my work. It's like one and massive list, because that's actually how I'm processing it. And then every day you just like move 3 things up and do those 3 things. And I'm like, yeah, but I need to do 10 at least, right? To keep like ahead of it. And I don't know what to say about that. Like I was talking to somebody the other day, a friend of mine who doesn't have kids, and she was like, yeah, I feel like I need to do 3 things a day that are like life things, like pay my rent. And I was like, what? I need to do like 20 things that are like pay
list.
my rent, you know? Like
Low the line.
Talk about a baseline.
yeah.
So relate to what you're talking about. I get a dopamine hit over crossing things off my to-do list. I first have to write everything down. The whole doing things in your phone, or my to-do list is not digitized. It's totally organic. I have to write it. It's what do they call analog? I have to write it down, and then when I cross it off, I literally sometimes do pat myself on the back. If I do something big, I go like this. I do, because I have had to grind through some things just to get to that end, but I know what you're talking about. That end, God, it's so defining, because it's then you can actually let it go, but you have that dopamine from the accomplishment of the task. And you're like, okay, I did it. And then there's that, I don't know, that validity that you feel inside. It validates something, like your existence for that day. And if I don't have things, I feel anxiety.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's tied to meaning. Does that make sense?
Are you getting that same buzz? Or are you more like, man, my list is still 500 lines?
I think it's like, I think what the issue for me is a lot of the things are so emotional. Like actually figuring them out is like a 3 or 4 step highly emotional process. And so when I can get to the end of one of those like processes where it's like I have to call this person to say this thing that is uncomfortable for me, and then I have to call that other person, say that other thing, go back to the first person, make sure they're okay with it, tell the other person that person's okay with it. You know what I mean? Like once I get to the end of that complicated round of calls or emails or whatever, yes, I feel like an immense amount of satisfaction.
Yeah.
But it is the kind of thing where I'll probably wake up in the night being like, oh my God, here's the next one, like the next wave that's about to crash. I will also say that it has occurred to me that because my parents were so focused on, you know, the better things in life or whatever, like the more esoteric things in life, that, and they were so weird about like fixing the drain. I mean, as I said, it was like my father wouldn't call anybody. It would become this multi-step process, or, you know, something about, you know, the house insurance and they're screwing us, right? Would become this long, you know, not diatribe, but like it would be part of the dinner topic for multiple days, right? We need to get new house insurance because these people are so awful or whatever. That part of maybe why it's so hard for me to do all these adulting things is that I associate it very much with that and being not wanting to engage in that. And now I'm having to do it. And it's true. Like they are screwing you.
Yeah.
Like You don't need that rider. Like, and so it may be part of that, but I think that it's it's I don't know. I mean, I feel very much like connected to the culture of the moment because we're living in this time when like there are more scams than ever. There's more like trying to get something done at Citibank is like super, super complicated. And I really feel in some ways as somebody who covers like what's happening in America, I'm like, wow, I'm really in the middle of what's happening in America, which is like, I'm a dual working family and it's hard for us to like make all our bills make sense and ends meet and all of that. And there's never enough time to do anything. And, the phone is sucking down like, both pleasure and pain. And, it's just like, it's the whole world is on this phone now. And I'm addicted to the phone and everybody else is addicted to the phone. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, wow, this is like, I feel like I live in like a one act play about like a woman who's slowly going crazy by all her responsibilities or something.
Yeah, but it's like at the same time in that moment, you almost think, okay, I get why my parents totally unplugged and we detached from all of like they almost like it's not equivalent, obviously, to what's going on now to back then as far as phones and everything, but you grew up completely unplugged from so much of whatever was going on at
Totally.
the time. And now you're in it. It's almost like there is validity to what they were doing. But that was also
100%. And their point of view was like, what you need to know about money is that you need to have enough money to never think about money. So you live sort of, lower middle to middle class, and you have enough saved that, you have the money for the rainy day or whatever it is. It's just things doesn't work that way anymore. You can't be a professor and an artist and have like a nest egg and own your house and like blah, blah, blah. Like, I taught, at a very nice private school and taught a course there, and they paid me $8,000 as an adjunct. And it was like, 2/3 of my time were taken doing this course. So it's, the adjunct lifestyle is not like, and being an artist is really hard. So I think, but I do have to say one thing, even though I just mentioned the thing about the house insurance, one thing that they would always say to me, I do now understand why, which is like, don't switch your bank, don't get a different credit card. Like, it's never worth it. And I'm like, you are so right about that. Like, whenever it says like you can get 3% or 4% in this account, it's really only for like 2 or 3 months, and then to reset it at 0.1 and screw you. And like,
there is something said for that because we've had the same car insurance now for, oh God, almost 20 years or something. And I've had people say, why don't you switch? Why don't you switch? But it's been fine, even a little more expensive at times. But I'll tell you, being with them so long, we have like amazing accident forgiveness. Like we continue to get more and more discounts. Like the reputation we've built with them has paid off now. So I get that in a way. But
same with the bank, we've had the same bank, the same credit cards, same car insurance. We've had to shop homeowners.
But we're in Florida.
Okay.
This is the scam capital of the world.
You have to do it in Florida. So it's
you got to stay on your toes down here.
You got to stay on your toes. But so so you said for elementary and junior high, you were in public, but then you switched over to private. Was that mainly because the public high school, was it just like really bad at that time?
I think that was probably just like a stupid decision of mine because friends of mine were going to private school and I wanted to go, and my parents went and saw the school and they really had like all these, opportunities that I wouldn't have had otherwise. But
so during that time of elementary and junior high, you were playing the violin, you were fairly sheltered, in that sheltered environment. You were exceeding academically, it sounds like. Checking all the boxes needed. When you got into high school, was there a rebellious period? Did you start to not put as much attention towards things you were doing before that?
100%. Yeah. Like by, I would say, sophomore, junior year, I was just like, whatever.
And
Screw
then
this violin. Are you joking me? Like, what is happening here? Yeah. I mean, and my grades weren't that good. And, it was, yeah, I think. And then I went to college and I like partied my way through college because it was easy for me because I had gone, like, I worked so hard
Yeah.
before that I
right.
had understood how to do, these papers or tests in a way that kids just coming like from the suburbs didn't
And
understand.
I
understand.
have a bigger question, maybe. What's it like growing up in New York City? Like, for me, it was a playground and a novelty, but you live
Yeah.
there. What's that like? That's got to be cool.
I mean, I think that it's just so colored by the specific way that my family was that, I grew up sort of near Columbia. I was in a building surrounded by like empty lots in a very black area. Not like I didn't grow up in a nice like area or in a nice place really. And it was maybe a little scary. I didn't think it was that scary, but it did mean that my mom like walked me to the bus. I wasn't allowed to go outside by myself very often. And so, yeah, I would take the bus home. That's true. And then like get off and walk half a block. Like I never walked through Central Park by myself till I think probably I was like in maybe a junior or something, like 16 years old. And I live right near Central Park. So it's crazy. My daughter wants to like go hang out in the park at night and like meet all her friends. And I'm like, I wasn't even allowed to walk through the park
Yeah.
like in the day, So at the same time, yeah, like when we were 14 or 15, it was like, okay, taxi's coming to pick you up and we're going downtown and, we're going to go to a nightclub. Like we just like fully just walked into a nightclub at like 14 years old, or we're going to go to Washington Square Park or whatever it was. It's like, and I see this now with my kids, there's just like a day where suddenly you're like, oh, you mean this subway goes anywhere I want by myself? Like it's a little scary taking the subway by yourself, but it's also super exciting, right?
Yeah.
And you mean this thing like just will take me wherever I want to go? And now they have phones so they can all like figure out, how to meet each other at any moment. And it just sort of switches and you're just like out in the city alone. And then you like never really go back from
Like
there.
in the late 80s into the early 90s, probably into 2000, early 2000s, the city, I call it Disney. Because, like, when I was younger, you could hit 42nd Street. It's all peep shows. Prostitution was big. Drug dealing was big. Then I left for college, came back, and it was like, wait, there's like a Disney store. There's, it was like, it was safe. It was weird.
Yeah, it
So
really
you kind of
switched.
grew up when it was still a bit sketchy, then I think you're 2 years younger than us. So you probably, New York started to get kind of good as you were probably like a senior, right? Junior, senior in high school, a little bit safer.
Yeah, I think I mean, I felt that it got safer definitely once I graduated college
Yeah.
and then I moved down to the village and I felt like I was in a safer place. So that was like late 90s, mid
Yep.
to late
Yep.
90s. I mean, I don't know that I felt scared is the weird thing because I think I just grew up there and that was what I knew. But looking back on it, it is sort of bizarre. Like I grew up in, it almost looks like Soviet block housing. It wasn't like public projects, but it looks like that sort of like,
Okay.
very middle income housing, very much, I'm not joking you. There were like burned out lots, burned out buildings all around where I grew up. Now, of course, there are Whole Foods. Like so it's really a totally different thing. I whatever my parents did, they gave me a lot of confidence. So at least overtly, like I just always, my whole thing was just like anytime I would be walking around at night and there would be a single man like walking down the street or a pack of guys, anybody without a woman, I would just cross the street.
Yeah.
Like I would just cross the street, like not even break like a, sweat about it or change the way I was walking. I would just suddenly just like, everybody jaywalks, just like jaywalk across the street, just get away from them, and that was always my thing, how I would sort of navigate in the city. But it's hard now. I have a 14-year-old daughter, and she wants to go wherever she wants to go. And, you know, what can you really do ultimately? You can say no, but, she can always say, I'm sleeping over at my friend's house. I don't know if,
Yeah.
what am I going to do? Like, I guess we can track them now, which is
Yeah,
the
yeah, that's good.
difference.
We can track them now. I was just thinking, you almost, when we were talking about hypervigilance earlier, you almost have the grew up with the hypervigilance of someone who grew up in the city.
hmm
It was
Yeah,
not as much of a Gen X hypervigilance. It was just growing up in the city, because that's
right.
hypervigilance, right? Your body
Yeah,
just automatically crosses the street, but that's
right.
from hypervigilance. So you had a different, even though you were sheltered, to some degree by your parents, but it was contrasted with growing up in New York City. So in a way, you
Yeah,
weren't sheltered, because there's things you experienced that
Yeah,
the rest of
totally.
us didn't, even though
that's
some of
true.
them were feral.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's also like I wasn't in, I wasn't in a sorority. I didn't like get into like Greek life or places where you like maybe are gonna get date raped. Do you know what I mean? Like
Right, right,
I
right.
was
Yeah, yeah,
never a
yeah.
person who like
Yeah.
went to big like, that like just more of like the big party culture or like
Right.
the music scene culture. Like it was much more of like a sort of not stay out like that late person, but
Right.
always be out and about. And like, I mean, one of the other fascinating things is like, because I was a only child, or I am an only child, is just like was so into my friends, just like wanted to be with my friends all the time. And so now, like being very sandwich generation, you're like, wow, like I really haven't seen now this person that I was friends with, because we're both so busy. And then for whatever reason, a lot of my friends are not dealing with sick parents. So that has created, I think, a little distance where it's like, you don't really
Yeah.
want to hear about this, do you? This is like really intense. My mom is at home, and I'm the only person for her. I mean, she lives with an aide, so it's not as though
Right.
I'm there doing the physical labor every day. But like, if I didn't visit her, like there are very, very, very few other people who would. And this is like year 5 of this. So
You both live.
Yeah.
You live in New York City
I
today.
live in Brooklyn. Yeah.
You're in Brooklyn. Is your
Hmm.
mom in the
She's
city?
in the same apartment where I grew up. She's in the
Okay.
Is
Wow.
she really?
same apartment. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
they really never
Yeah.
changed anything. They were like, don't
Wow.
change anything. So, yeah,
Wow. No kidding. They were consistent. They
they
were
were
consistent.
very consistent
I'm
the
just
way they thought
picturing.
people should live.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. Held to it.
Yeah.
But coming home, because I was an only, I had half siblings and step siblings, but they lived with my dad in Michigan. I grew up in Oregon. And then when my mom remarried twice, there was a period where I had step siblings in Oregon, but they only visited like every other weekend or whatever. So in general, I was an only child in my regular life.
Hmm.
And so I would come home alone after school, have to call my parents, let them know I'm in, lock the doors, all that. But I found such comfort in television, in MTV, in
Yeah.
watching shows. I'd make my after school snack, as unhealthy as it was. And then I would do my chores and I would watch TV. I would be able to go out in the neighborhood and just be out until like my mom came home from school or from work. So I was feral, doing in the woods, doing weird things, doing like, building forts and all that, totally unsupervised. But there was that period where I had that comfort of TV, is that the other noise in the house, like almost like
Hmm.
a person in the house with me. So I'm picturing you coming home and not having that, like, what would you do? Would you play the violin
Well,
while
no,
you're with
definitely
her?
not. But I mean, I would like, well, I wanted to watch like The Facts of Life or,
Yeah,
21 Jump Street, like,
yeah,
and I would get to watch a little of that, especially if my parents weren't home or if my mom like would stay in the studio.
right.
But I mean, I was an English major. I
Okay,
read and read and read and read books over and over, and it was like they were my friends, you
okay,
know?
okay. Because the other thing that was like quote unquote my friends were my albums. Like I would listen to music and my 45s. I don't know if you guys remember 45s. I mean, you put the little plastic thing in the
Oh
middle so
yeah.
you could put it on the record player.
Hmm.
Music. I became obsessed because it was music, or TV was music. Did you have albums? Did you have your own record player?
I had I don't know if I had my own record player. We had a record player, but I had my CDs, and I had my tape things. And I would make tapes for people
Make
and all of
mixtapes and
that.
Cassettes.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was more
Yeah.
books than
I don't know if you
music.
can see them. We have a bunch of cassettes
Oh, I can.
here.
Oh, yeah. No, I see a little bit of them. Yeah.
Those are his great dead bootlegs.
Yeah.
I love it. Amazing. Well, yeah. What's going to happen when you get old? Where are those? Well, hopefully somebody's going to want those, hopefully.
Well,
Our oldest is a big
he's a
deadhead.
big deadhead.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to buy a cassette player, though I have one, but we'll have to get a new one.
Get a jam box. But okay, so books and music then, but
Yeah.
that makes sense. Books.
Who was your favorite author?
Oh my God. I don't even know. I mean, I would read one book that we would read in school, and then I would read everything by that person. So, I mean, everything from I was just it sounds crazy to say this now, but I was so into Henry James. I think I read all Henry James's books, like Bret Easton Ellis, or, I read all of the Rabbit Run books, anything that was sort of a the Great American Novel kind of stuff, something I actually don't like Jonathan Franzen, but the way people talk about The Corrections or something like that. I didn't read lots of mysteries, but I mean, I was not above reading some, Scott True book also, and just anything, really anything. But I was always a good writer, and that was always my thing. So I really liked to read really serious books.
So did you do the typical Gen X SE hitting where you read everything?
I definitely read some SE.
Okay.
My daughter just read The Outsiders, and I was like, oh my God, which is actually on Broadway now.
Oh,
I think there's yeah.
Yeah.
And I was looking at all the different guys who were in the movie. I was just like, wow, God,
Yeah.
blast from the past,
Totally. Oh, I read that book so many times. My gosh, talk about best friend, like that, and my Rick Springfield and Loverboy albums where I held on to those. Did you go through a John Hughes phase too, like most?
I definitely watched.
16
Yeah.
Candles, all that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I think The Breakfast Club, they showed very often, and 16 Candles very often on non-cable TV. So I would
Yes.
get to see those. And I mean, I probably at one point knew every line to The Breakfast Club.
Yeah. Okay. So you still had access to all the typical media. You ingested it at some point, basically. Maybe.
Yeah, I was always trying to get out of there in high school and go see my friends. So
Yeah.
that would be, what we would do at their house. But I definitely didn't see there's a lot of music videos that I for sure would not know who that band was, right? Because I just don't know. I don't know what all these people look like, really, because I didn't watch any of that stuff when I was growing up.
It's wild to think that you were in the city where that was sort of the epicenter, and Hollywood's got its thing, but MTV was New York.
What I was going to ask you was, in high school, when you kind of started going out that rebellious path and your grades weren't as good and you were doing more what you wanted to do, how did your parents handle that?
I mean, I think it was not the greatest time in our lives. I mean, I think when I think about when that happened, it was, the late 80s, which was also a downswing in my mom's art career. And I remember there being a lot of fighting. There was a lot of fighting between my mom and my dad, and me and my mom and my dad. And I think it really took me moving out, so it was not so present in their lives,
Did you move out before you graduated from high school?
No, but as soon as I graduated high school, I went to college, and I never really lived there again, and I mean, it's so funny now, they really didn't like my friends, because my friends were sort of party girls or, party guys or whatever. And now, of course, when you have teenagers, you're like, okay. I can kind of see where I'd rather have this one over than this one over.
Yeah.
But you can't like let your kids know that because it's not your place to really be telling them who to hang out with. It's their lives. So I don't know. It was just like I wanted to have that. I didn't ever go to the mall. Like I wanted to go to Victoria's Secret at the mall and have that kind of hanging out experience, and then ended up, city kids just like make it happen however you can.
Was that in high school when you started having those experiences then?
Yeah, I would say late high school, like junior and senior year.
What would be the mall? Would it be like, was it A&S Plaza? Or
It was more like going to like, where there would be a lot of stores, and like, 72nd Street where Tower Records was on the west side, or on the east side around 86th Street, which is like sort of where my kids hang out now, which is like, I don't even remember what was there, but like now there's like an H&M and a this and a that. It's like an outdoor. It might as well be a mall, right? Yeah. It's all the same stores every place anyway. Now.
How was the Tower Records? Like I grew up in Portland and in Beaverton, to be official, and we had a Tower Records, but the one in the city, that was the one. Like you were able to go to the one.
That was great. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's really cool.
But when you're a kid, you don't know that you're at like the one. Yeah. I mean, it's only afterwards you recognize like how cool these things were.
Well, you don't know you're in the good old days until you're out of the good old days. That's how that goes.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm assuming you were raised, though, was assumed you were going to go to college. That was never.
Yeah, that was never a question. I was definitely going to have to go to college. Yeah.
And where did you go?
I went to Wesleyan, which is a great school in Connecticut. And, with no core curriculum, you're sort of allowed to do whatever you wanted to do. My dad wanted me to go to University of Chicago very much because he thought that was a much more serious school. And I was like, no, it's so cold. I'm going to have to do math. But yeah, it was great. I had an amazing time. Of course, now, Wesleyan's really well known for like MGMT went there, like lots of musicians, has a great film department. And then I came back to the city and I started working at New York Magazine pretty quickly, because back then you would just be like, what do I do? Like, I like to read, I like to write, like maybe I work in a magazine, and they just like give you a job there. It's totally unlike, that whole, the journalism, I've really watched like journalism basically sort of get more and more commercial through the 90s and the 2000s, running up to essentially 2008, I would say, was like the downswing. And then it's just never recovered.
Did you major in that, in journalism or in media?
No, I was an English major. So I just was, I was a writer and a reader. But again, like, I went in there, I didn't know anybody, but they liked me. I probably had the right resume for them, but it was one of those fluke things where it was like, when everybody's getting promoted up a chain, but you have to replace the bottom person. And they had somebody commit and then pull out and say, I'm going to go to graduate school or something like that. And so they really needed this bottom role to be filled because everybody was pissed that they were still not promoted. And so it was just like a right place, right time.
Kind of like your mom with the
the Guggenheim, exactly. Yeah.
So when you went to college, did you live in the dorms?
I lived in the dorms, yeah, and then in house. I did not have a roommate. I'm trying to think if I had a roommate. Okay, I did not have a roommate freshman year.
Lucky.
Yeah, the dorms were really gross, but I did not have a roommate. Then sophomore year, I did move in with somebody, and I moved out after like a month because I was like, I can't handle this. Like, you're awake all night. You have a ferret. Like, I can't do a ferret and like 5 a.m. And so I moved in with some other people, but it was like, very small. It was like a closet that I threw my bed into, but I was able to. Yeah.
Like in an apartment, like off campus?
It was like an on-campus apartment, basically.
And how many roommates then?
I had 2 other roommates.
So was that your first time living with other people besides your parents?
Other than, I went to camp and stuff like that. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was that an adjustment, especially being an only child, not having siblings?
I liked it. Again, like I loved being around my friends. My friends were like the most important thing in the world to me. And so those roommates became my friends. And
So you
I
tried.
liked it, but I don't think I could be with somebody with like an in my room with me. That was like a bridge a little too far.
Yeah, so you never went through that because you didn't have
Yeah.
a roommate freshman year, and then you had your own room sophomore year. Like the rest of us had to have a room with someone. You got to
Yeah.
skip over that.
Yeah.
It is a bridge too far. I had a roommate
It's
for
crazy.
a semester. The guy failed out, and I got to keep the whole room to myself, and I've never looked back.
Yeah.
So you didn't miss
Yeah.
too much. You're good.
So our daughter, our son only had to share with one person, but when our daughter went to college, they had to share 3 to 1 room.
Like a quad or something?
Yeah, remember?
Oh, that's right.
And it one bathroom. I was appalled. I was like, this is insane. 3 girls in a dorm sized room.
Ugh.
No. No, I
No.
think she had meant she was like tweaking that whole year. But no, that's awesome that you never even had to share a room. That's cool. So then your junior year,
You didn't miss out. You're good.
no. Did you that was one rite of passage
Yeah.
that it's fine. You're
Yeah.
your junior year, did you live with the same people that you lived with sophomore year?
I lived with different people, but again, a similar situation, like an on-campus apartment with like little bedrooms. Yeah.
And then what about senior year?
Same thing. I think it was more like a house. It was more like an actual house, but it was owned by the university.
Okay,
And you
so
partied?
And I did. What?
Yeah,
And
and you partied?
we definitely partied. I mean, I definitely did not. I mean, again, I worked so that I had good grades because that was the thing I was known. I had to do that. You know, I had straight A's. And I think really what I started to do is I started to take easy classes because there wasn't a core. So I was like, oh, cool. Like if I take this, you know, astronomy for poets or whatever, that'll be good enough. And, you know, I just, all I wanted to do was just be with my friends and be free and read books. And I would always, you know, my thing is like I would show up in the library like Sunday morning at 9 a.m. and just study all day and just basically cram. And that would be like the studying for the week kind of
That
thing till
dichotomy
finals.
of pleasing your parents with your good grades
Yeah.
while figuring your shit out and who you are and living and having some fun.
Right. Exactly.
So when you
Exactly.
said there wasn't a core, did you not have to do any prereqs?
Nothing. Nothing.
Amazing.
Did
I
you
just
have
was like,
grades?
I took like West African dance 1 and 2. I took like gay literature 1890 to like 1910.
Like, because our freshman year, we went to the same college. Our freshman year, like you had to take like a bio 1 or psych
Yeah,
1.
most colleges.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
had to do, I guess so, right?
But
Like,
Evergreen in Washington is, I don't know, well, did you have grades or was it more evaluations?
No, we had grades. We
Okay.
had grades. I might have had to do a couple of things for my English like major, but I don't really remember them being
Anything.
onerous. They were like things
Yeah.
I wanted to read anyway. You know, I do recall that there was like quite a bit of like, you know, sort of like Plymouth Mount speeches that I probably didn't want to read. Those were probably core to
Yeah.
the major, but there was no like ultimate core curriculum to graduate.
That's so cool.
I would have failed
actually.
all those. That would have been.
No, I would have thrived with that. That's awesome. So you graduate and you get this job in the city that just everything falls into place. And it was was it a magazine?
New York
Yeah, it was New York Magazine,
New York
which still exists today and is like, you know, I mean, you guys have like Ocean Drive or something like that. It was better than that. It was more like a Sunday magazine that goes with your newspaper, you know? But I just answered phones and, you know, like wrote about like the best focaccia in New York and like where you should park when you're in Midtown and things like that. And then slowly sort of worked my way up from there. But it was so fun. I mean, it was like a Sex and the City kind of lifestyle, right? Like in the way of just like, okay, you're hanging out, you're running around with your friends and blah, 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 you know, doing whatever, writing little articles that are of no note whatsoever.
What
And
years would that have been when you first started there?
what years?
Yeah.
I started in 96.
Okay. So like into the late 90s. I mean, So was it boots on the ground? Like if you're talking about the best place to park, are you going and actually researching and going to that
Totally.
place?
Yeah. I mean, the meat packing district, which is now like this cool place with all these like,
Yeah.
sushi restaurants and like whatever, Diane von Furstenberg was an actual meat packing district. I remember they sent us down there during the day to write about like, wow, something's happening here. Like stores are going to open. And it was just like, you'd be like, there's blood on the street, there's like these plastic curtains. You see all these like, jowls, whatever they call it, of meat hanging behind them. Yeah, it was really fun. It was I mean, in some ways, it's not that different than what an influencer is doing now, except that, I didn't have to be on camera. So I really enjoyed that. But people are really nice to you. Also, you can put them in the magazine. They're pretty happy
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, you were living that Carrie Bradshaw life while that show was going on. If you think
Very
about
much
it,
so. Yes,
it
it's
was
true.
parallels,
Yeah, they were a lot older, right? The whole thing was supposed to be that they were a bit older and
Right,
that they were
right,
choosing not to be married or whatever.
right.
But yeah, I mean, I for years only drank like a Cosmopolitan when I went out because that's like what you drank, with like my little Manolo Blahnik. I mean, wearing the most uncomfortable shoes. Somebody said to me, like, I look at the clothes that I had from New York in the 90s and they look like a doll's clothes. Like they're
Yeah,
so tiny, these little black dresses we would wear
yeah,
and
yeah,
black heels and,
yeah.
Wasn't
Well,
Friends going on then too, or
yeah. Friends started in '94,
and that was
so
yeah.
Friends
New
was
York,
going
right?
on. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it was. It's funny because while you were drinking your Cosmos in the city, doing that cliche thing, right? All of us in the rest of the country and probably the world were also doing that. Like we were trying to mimic that same lifestyle, but you were actually in it, living it. If you look back on that now, it's me personally thinks that's pretty cool because that was something for us that was just so untouchable.
It's for sure something that I can exploit in a memoir or
Yeah,
something. Like
for sure. For sure. Like you lived
it's
there,
definitely,
you were
I
doing
mean,
it.
yeah, because things are popping up and I'm like, oh my God, I was there for that.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's how long now, how long did you work at the New Yorker?
New York Magazine.
New
I
York
worked
Magazine, I'm
there.
sorry.
I worked there on and off. I mean, I still have worked for them more recently, so like on and off. I became more of a features writer, so I was just like sort of working on contracts. I think in 2003 I started working for Rolling Stone and I started interviewing a lot of pop stars for Rolling Stone and then I like sort of decelerated at New York, but I kept writing for New York. But I became a bit more of like a mercenary. Like you can hire me if you have somebody you want me to interview, kind of freelancer.
So were you working for New York Magazine during 9/11?
I was working for New York Magazine, but I think I mean, I guess I had already started working for Rolling Stone because I was living in Soho, and I was supposed to go interview somebody in Chappaqua in Westchester, for Rolling Stone. I probably just started working there, the day before, and I had been like too lazy to do it. And I was like, whatever, I think, actually what I was going to do, which is so crazy to think about it now, is there had been like a scandal at this high school of a bunch of kids went over to, the parents were home, they were from the football team, and they had a party and they'd hired a stripper and it like got really out of control. And so Rolling Stone thought this was, they were doing these very slice of America kind of stories, like this is going to be a pretty funny story, like you should go see what was happening and what the parents think. And so I like was like, okay, I'm gonna just take my backpack and go walk around the school or just pretend I go to school there, even though I'm older, like I don't think do the like never been kissed thing or whatever. It's not that
Right.
hard to walk around a high school. And so I was like, I just don't feel like doing that. Like that feels like a lot to do today. I'll do it tomorrow. And then that tomorrow was 9/11. And
Sure.
so actually I heard something, and I was like, is that a plane crashing into a building? Oh my God, I got to take my shower because I have to go to Chappaqua to do my assignment. And, didn't process that would actually have been, that sonic boom was something really that was serious. And then I got out of the shower and my mom was calling me and she was like, the terrorists have hit the World Trade Center. And I was like, no, they haven't. What are you talking about? And I was going up, I was going to take the subway up to her apartment on the Upper West Side and get her car because I didn't have a car to drive up to Westchester. And I was like, I got to come up and get the car. And she was like, you don't understand what's happening. Like, you can't come up here. And I was like, I have to. I told them I didn't go yesterday, and then I turned the TV on and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just how, being a New Yorker, growing up in the city, I mean, for the rest of us, we were in Jersey at the time. It was obviously shocking to America, but for someone from the city, can you describe that feeling?
I mean, it was so surreal. It was like then I went up to the roof and I saw all these other people on their roofs, and everybody was had a little digital camera or something, was tape recording. And, I saw the second tower, sort of I just caught the antenna basically coming, the whole second tower had come down and I just saw the antenna sort of bump up. And then when I went down on the street, it was every 30th person walking by was covered in dust because they were starting to walk uptown, right? Because you couldn't get out of there unless you walked out of there. So people were wearing suits with a briefcase, totally covered in yeah, white, just white dust. I mean, that was really, really scary. And I went away for the weekend, and then when we came back into the city, I remember driving back from Long Island, and you could just see this huge plume of black smoke over the whole city. It'd been 5 or 6 days, but it was still there.
Yeah.
My father was very worried because I lived so close to it, about the health repercussions, and I didn't live close enough, hopefully, knock on wood, to it to have the health, I'm not part of the 9/11 fund,
Right.
but yeah, it was a very scary time, and then you have Giuliani in the middle of it, who nobody really trusted. And
Yeah, no, I think the smoke, probably the wind took it away from you, thinking about it, right? But
yeah.
What was there a feeling of, because outside of the city, America kind of came together, right? Everyone was displaying flags and there was that
Mhm.
feeling of unity. What did that transcend onto the city as well?
I think so. I mean, it's, you know, it's such a blur back that time because, I had to show my license to get into my apartment, right? Like a piece of mail to say, I actually live here, because they had closed everything with Canal and Lower. So I don't feel like I was just still living my life, but just in this very weird way. And at that time, all of my friends were journalists. My boyfriend was actually a New York Times reporter. So it was very much about the unfolding story, I mean, nobody felt that what had happened was okay in any way. And everybody felt that some, reaction was justified, right?
Right.
But then it kind of quickly became well, are we are we in Afghanistan too long?
Right.
should we actually be in Pakistan? Who are these people? I remember many more of the conversations because it was a journalists being who are the people really behind it? What are we going to do about the Saudis? What exactly is happening here? There absolutely has to be a reaction, but are we going after the right people? And then many friends of mine, went to the war and reported from the war, and I did not. And then I sort of felt well, I wish I had gone. And I remember I said to my editor at Rolling Stone the next year, well, I want to also report on some war, and he was like, do you want to go to Sudan? I'm looking for somebody to go to Sudan. And I was like, no, I do not. No, actually, I do not. Do not want to go to Sudan. Okay. Thank you. I would like to interview Shakira. That's fine.
Did you ever end up doing any piece though on 9/11? Did you ever write an
I
article
don't
about
think
it?
I really did. I mean, my work that I have done is largely pretty light. I'm more of like a lifestyle and scandal reporter, and I do make like assertions and I do think things through. But, the most I've ever done is, I think I interviewed Hillary Clinton once. I interviewed Nancy Pelosi once. I wrote about like, when I was trying to figure out, well, who am I going to cover in Trump world? I covered like Ivanka because she was close enough to like my world in New York City that I was able to find some people who knew her who hadn't spoken before. So I've never really been a political writer or like a geopolitical global, person who covers
So
all of that. It's such a different thing.
Yeah.
it's such a fascinating perspective, though, to know people who had to tell the story. And
Yeah.
I'm sure they had diverse opinions and angles to how they might want to tell it, right? But as for a lot of us, we were consumers. And so
Right.
we're forming opinions on a lot of input and a lot of data. But you were in the world where you knew some people that, to your point, that went over to Afghanistan or Iraq and to the front lines and reported on this stuff. What a fascinating perspective. That alone, I think, is a story.
Yeah, to have access to
Yeah.
that.
To tap
Yeah. I
into
mean,
those people.
I feel like, I very much came from the mainstream. I mean, am still like a mainstream media person. And to me, it's just, these are the people I know, and they're not trying to like screw anybody over, do anything underhanded, but it's just like, this is the way human beings work is like you work at a place for a certain number of years and there's a way of looking at the world like that, whether it's liberal or conservative or whatever it is, that you get rewarded for, right? So over time your viewpoint becomes more and more of that type. But the journalists that I know, especially because there's so many repercussions for getting things wrong, work so hard to try to tell like the truth of the story. I mean, now there's less repercussions. Like you can build yourself outside of, the media, and you can have your own Substack and you can say what you want to say. And it's not as fact based as it once was. But a lot of the job used to be like, if you worked at the Wall Street Journal, like the job was like not getting a correction. Like there's repercussions for that. Like you can't spell somebody's name wrong. Like too many things of that nature go into your file. You're not going to be working there. Like it's sort of like being a doctor in some ways. It's like you get a couple malpractice suits, like that's not okay. Like the hospital's not, I mean, I don't know. I'm making that up because I don't really know, but I assume that's like the hospital sort of like, wait, are we really going to have you working here? So it's like actually very tedious to try to get be like, did this happen in 1980 or 1981? But
Like
people
your
do
facts
really,
matter type of
yeah,
thing.
they do try to do
Yeah.
that. So, I very much come from like a place where like I don't trust like a lot of the things that I see now, but I think that if people are coming to it with again, it's also like that is the legal standard, by the way, of journalism, is you have to believe that what you're saying is true, right? And so I believe at least if people believe what they're saying is true, then at least we can have like a conversation. It's more like if you're trying to get clout just by like making up some crazy thing like about whatever it is, like that the conspiracy theories sort of like get out of control. I mean, I'm sure you could tell from this conversation, like I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist. Like I was brought up to be extremely like pragmatic, and like look at things pretty clear eyed. So I don't like that stuff. Like I really don't.
Man, I think the single scariest thing I've ever heard is what you just said, in that the legal standard is you have to believe in what you write.
Yeah.
And whether you're right, left, center, whatever, there's so much out there that's just not right.
Right.
On a daily basis, coming from the quote unquote traditional or legacy standard media, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wild to think of it that you,
or not legacies. There's just so much out there
well, no,
in
you can be a
general, you know.
right-wing YouTuber, left-wing YouTuber, and you're doing it for clicks,
Right.
which
Well, I
you're
think,
spreading.
yeah, I mean, I think what's really interesting is there's people who I know, who were like were mainstream media, and they got so frustrated with the sort of box that they had to be in that they wanted to say more. And then now those people are like a real grab bag. Like some of them are still awesome and I totally believe what they're saying. Others of them, because you really change the incentives. Now you're no longer just a journalist who's being paid and you've just, picking up your check, whatever. You're trying to make it with like clicks on YouTube or something. And we all know that like you've got to pick people up within like 30 seconds, right, of the conversation on YouTube. When you see the drop off, it's stunning.
Yeah.
So you've got to have this headline that's so extreme, that's like the Martians come, to Earth kind of level of headline. And, it's, you got to make a living. And I mean, look, a lot of the people who I know who are not journalists anymore because you can't, because they get fired and it's like fully musical chairs, right? So you don't have a lot of choices. Either you're within the few remaining institutions, or you're outside that institution and you're doing the creator economy thing, and it's really no different than any other creator. Everybody's using the same tools. Everybody's making the clips. Like it's just a question of scale. Like obviously Mr. Beast has scale, but there's no, influencer creator. It's all the same thing now. Or you're going to go and you're going to either be a publicist, which is what a lot of people I know are doing. A lot of people are becoming therapists because a lot of what a good journalist knows how to do is listen, right? Some people going back to like education, becoming teachers. But there's not like, it's not the way it was in the 90s where it was like a career you could choose. I honestly don't even know if people should really be going to school for this anymore. I feel like it's like, it's almost unfair to think,
You said, I think it was at New York Magazine, it changed in 2008. What was the change? Was that the internet?
It was the advertising off of that crash in 2008. It was the internet that everybody was sort of denying, right? Was a problem, which had been a problem since the 90s. And then was just, things were getting better, speeds, whatever it was, were getting better. Also, I'm not really sure when social media started, but maybe it was it around then? Maybe it was later.
Wasn't Facebook like
No, it was around there.
2008?
What was the other one?
Yeah,
MySpace.
it might have been social media.
MySpace was going on
YouTube
before
came
that,
out.
but as far as
Yeah, I mean, social media really, for the kind of work that I was doing, social media is the thing that really changed the whole game, because it was like I was writing stories like, either about celebrities, right, who can now put out their own photos, pictures, everything, their entire own media machine. Or like stories like, I did write a story about when New York became the only child capital of the country, when only children, were higher in percentage than siblings in New York City. I wrote a story. I mean, I used the phrase. So it was like the only child capital of America, right? And it was about the problems of being an only child and the advantages and everything. But like those kinds of stories, they're lifestyle stories. They're fun. They're really fun to write and they're fun to read. And they're really just about cocktail chatter. Like they're the idea that you might say to your friend who is an only kid, like, hey, you should, check this out, read this. This is good. And social media does that it does that now for you,
connection.
The connection.
Well, you almost have to go seek that lifestyle story out, right? I still go to Yahoo, even though Yahoo's so, it feels dark ages, but they have a lot of lifestyle stories.
That's true. They do. Yeah. And AOL also, they do have stuff there that's just like, okay, let's just take this down a peg. This doesn't need to be like political, like,
it's an escape.
Yeah, exactly. And
It's almost like what you were talking about, though, where you had said, or no, you both had discussed about how legally, as long as the intention is there, it seems to be then they believe what they're putting out there, then that lines up legally. But it sounds like it's intention melding with accountability needed to happen there, where now I don't know if there's accountability with the intention, right? Where before with journalism, you believed what you were putting out there, but you were also held accountable because the facts better be straight down to someone's name needs to be spelled correctly, or else somebody's gonna get in trouble for that. Where I don't think that's the case. I can't tell you how many things I read,
No
and I'm
shot.
like, who wrote this?
well, now they're going to be written by, I mean, they are written by AI, and they will
Yeah.
increasingly be written by AI. But that
Right.
is what's so interesting for a show like yours is like, you know, is it going to be the kind of thing where if you're actually making a human show of multiple hours and putting that effort into, like, you guys have a great set, you know, you have a vibe,
Thank
that
you.
actually in the AI slop, like as AI slop increases,
Right.
does actually the value of people who are doing something that's really human with a lot of intention and that's time consuming, etc., does that increase? Like that's sort of, I mean, I don't know if you've heard anybody say, like, last year people were saying it's like it's the last year to get famous, like it's the last year to sort of put yourself out there before this like wave comes, because people are going to grab on to those things that are human. I mean,
Well,
you know, the jury's out on that, but it would be great,
I
you
think
know?
that whole analog concept, right? I think that things are going to the pendulum's going to swing so far to that AI world, and where there's going to be distrust. Like what I'm looking at, is it a person or is this an AI person? What I'm reading, was this written by a person? Was this written by AI? And there's going to be this distrust. And I think more conspiracy theories are going to come out about it. And there's going to be a whole movement and a whole rebellion against it. But I think from that distrust, there's going to be a craving for real organic content that you
Mm-hmm.
can prove these are real people. These are
Yeah.
real people talking. A real person wrote this. I think that's going to happen. Real faces, because
AI's
all
getting
of
pretty
that.
good though, and it's
I
upon us
know, but I think
already.
almost like faults in our faces are going to be, people are going to seek that out more than perfection, because
Yeah.
it's going to counter what AI is creating. I think that's going to be the future, is wrinkles
Yeah.
and cellulite and carrying
That would be great. I
yeah,
mean, that would really
gray,
be great.
gray hair and carrying things that AI can't perfectly duplicate. I don't know, unless they may figure out how to duplicate faults and aging, and they
They
probably.
can.
But
I
I
mean, have
think
you
we're
seen
going
the
to be
plastic surgery that people are getting now?
yeah.
Like,
I think it's going to flip. I think people are going to crave
I would like
the
that.
opposite of that. I think natural faces are starting to be craved more, even in movies and media. They're
Yeah.
looking more for imperfections
Yeah.
than, because
Well,
everyone's
yeah, a
they're looking
prestige actor is not like really allowed to mess their face up.
right,
But if you
right.
look at what people are doing in terms of like facelifts, it's so, you know,
It's alarming.
We live in Boca.
it's yeah. Oh, you live in Boca.
Sorry.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, you know, I mean, I was with a friend of mine who had a facelift and she's my age, and you know, she was telling me how I need all these lasers and stuff like that, and I started to feel like, oh my God, like, what, is this okay the way I look? And then I was like, it's fine. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
really not into any of that stuff because my main complaint is that I have a lot of spots, like sunspots. And so, you know, they can give you a laser and then you can never go back to the beach, basically. You know, like, so you'll just like reverse. It was like worth nothing.
Yeah.
So I don't really, you know, I'm not benefiting from it with my particular issue. Anyway, no shade to other people. I don't want to like tell
No.
people that they shouldn't do what makes them feel good, but I
Yeah.
also don't. I think that it just gets to the point where it's too much. People are looking too different from human beings.
I agree. And it's the normalization of it to, like you said, your friend was like, you should do this, you should do that. I hear that like I've done nothing, and I hear that constantly. And it's not just me. Like I have friends who we've all done nothing. And again, I have friends who've had work done. and so it's no shade, it's no judgment. It's truly, especially women supporting women. It's whatever you want to
Mm-hmm.
do. I 100% support, but it's the normalization of, well, why, almost like, why don't you, like, why wouldn't you automatically go get lasers, or why wouldn't you automatically want to have I have horrible under eye bags, why wouldn't I get a lower left done?
Mm-hmm.
And it's become so normal to have that done, then if you choose not to, that's abnormal, at
Right.
least in where I'm living.
Yeah, I also am a little afraid of something going wrong and looking
Yeah.
weird. And often, like, people don't, that's what nobody talks about is like, often you have to go back because the first time they didn't like quite get it right.
Yes.
I just also don't know when I would have all the time to do these things because,
Yeah.
like, I still have to pick up my kids. Like,
Yeah.
I guess I could just like wear like a
Yeah.
mask. I mean, but it's
And the
it's
money.
definitely becoming a, like, I don't want to say like plastic surgery is a socioeconomic issue, but it almost is becoming an issue of people who have money are doing this so they look rich. So, there's reporting that like people are not buying fashion the same way, which I mean makes perfect sense. Why would you buy this thing from Chanel when you can get almost the exact same thing from H&M? That makes
Yeah.
literally no sense.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, but, the idea of this, grotesquely expensive handbag is now like not as exciting to people as, the facelift that people will recognize as, $100,000 facelift or whatever it is. It's not a car. I mean, as we all know with kids, it's like they could care less at this point about their cars. Like they're just like, I just want the new iPhone,
Right.
because they
Right.
want to stay inside and just interact with their friends in that way. And I
It's
don't know.
so
What about your son though? You have a son. Did you say he was 16?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he want a car or he has a
Oh
car?
yeah. He
Does
wants
he
a
want
truck.
like a fancy car or
No.
he's
No, he
like,
wants a truck. Wants a truck.
okay, wants a truck. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. He
cool.
wants a truck.
Cool
I mean,
And
looking.
a
but
truck with a GPS, and
oh well, yeah. But remember, we're in Boca, so it goes. We have kids who drive Maseratis all the way down to kids who are driving hand-me-downs. Like
Hmm.
Boca has the wealth of the wealth down to regular people like us.
Yeah.
So it's and what's cool, where he goes to school, he goes to public. They went to private K through 8, but then public high school, and they're all pretty chill. Like what
Hmm.
they don't judge each other totally. It's weird, but it's like they're friends. Were when we were growing up, I guess I would say, at least where I grew up, you kind of there was clout chasing status and all that, pretty strong about if you had a BMW, and if you didn't, there still is clout here. If you have the Maserati, you have the Audi, you have the BMW, but they also don't care if you don't. They're still
Right.
going to treat their friends the same if they don't even have a car. And I
Okay.
think that's a generational
they're
thing.
much nicer to
They're
each
much
other
nicer
than
to
when
each
we were
other.
younger.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not as cutthroat. And this is coming from an area where, you know,
We have billionaires here with
yeah, so
mass
it's crazy, but
affluence.
I've had
Yeah.
kids, my older kids, we have a 29 and 25-year-old, and our house has always been the open house. Everyone can
Hmm.
come here. I have a snack drawer. I have mini fridges full of water and Gatorades. When they were in high school, I don't care if your friends arrive here drunk. It's a safe place to be. You just
Hmm.
can't, you're not drinking my alcohol,
Yeah.
and you're not, we don't want to know if there's drinking going on out in our
Yeah.
back. Like, we don't know anything, but this is the safe place. And we've had kids here whose parents are multimillionaires and kids whose parents aren't, and they're all the same. Like
Hmm.
everyone, the kids are all intermingled, but no, he still wants a truck. Don't make no
He
mistake.
still won't
Yeah.
nice things.
Okay.
He still wants a truck. And they're out. Like, he was out last night till midnight in his friend's truck. So, but he still wants the new iPhone too. Like, so
Right.
they want it
They
all.
want both of it. Yeah. No, they want it
They
all. They do want it all. But I
want it
mean,
all.
yeah, I do think that's true that they don't care in the same way. But I don't know if kids ever really cared about who had money and who didn't have money the way that you do later when you're an adult and because like you're being taken care of by your parents and you're just like, all right, well, whatever. But when you're older, it becomes, I don't know. I mean, for me, it's more like I would like this money because I do not want to die penniless. I'm very obsessed with how I'm going to age. I think that has been a real shift for me in the last few years dealing with my parents' stuff is just like oh my God, like, am I gonna be able to retire like comfortably? What does it mean to retire? I always just assumed I would work till the day I died, sort of, because I'm such a workaholic.
Mhm.
But, you know, I'm also a journalist, so the thing that I'm doing is being affected by these tectonic shifts in media and entertainment. But just like the the overall question of how do you want to live your second, you know, fate, like the second half of your life is really, I mean, I hope I have second, maybe I don't quite have a second half, and I don't want to spend 10 years in like suspended animation in that, as people say, the marginal decade, like that last decade of your life where you're just either in pain or like everything
Hmm.
sucks or whatever. But I just never thought about that part. Like I never understood, I would just say that I never understood what money was really for, other than like, oh, I want to go out to this, you know, I want to go out to dinner and not worry about what I'm paying on the menu or something.
Mhm.
Even though I have that also ingrained for my parents to like order the cheapest thing, blah, 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 blah. Until I really started thinking about like, wow, I'm gonna get old. Turns out you need a lot of money to get old in this country, or you need no money to get old, is the other thing. You can
Right.
maybe work it out, you know, if you're
Yeah, if you're
savvy
in the
with
middle,
Medicaid.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're in that messy middle, whoa, you got to really figure
Yeah.
it out,
Well,
you
and I
know?
think
Got
Gen
to
X,
have a plan.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I always say this. I think Gen X is going to redefine aging,
Hmm.
and we are pioneering that second act because we're not going to go into it sitting in the armchair watching the TV. Like we are reinventing ourselves. We're continuing to learn,
Hmm.
try new things, and we're very active, very conscious of our health, very into
That's
wellness.
the big difference,
That's the
right?
big difference.
Yeah.
Very into wellness, very trying to be a step ahead, trying to be proactive, trying to we see what maybe our parents have gone through or our parents' friends have gone through, or our friends' parents have gone through. And we're like, how can we prevent that? How can we stay ahead of the game while also still thriving and living, like actually living and attacking life still? So I wonder if our generation will have that suspended decade, or I'm not sure what you called it, or if we're just
Marginal
gonna
decade.
marginal
Yeah.
decade, yeah, or if
Hmm.
we're just gonna keep going until we're not anymore. And are we going to truly retire in that traditional way? You know?
I'm very curious about it as well. I mean, I think the only things is like we know how to fix your body, but we don't know how to fix people's mind. So,
Mm.
you know, there's a lot of Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, like these diseases that go on and on and on. You know, a lot of slow growing cancers too are out there. So like there's, I think people are living longer, but what is the quality of the life that may affect us? Because I think you're right. We're taking care of ourselves in a way that, like, oh my God, what did our parents even eat?
Right,
Yeah.
Like, what were they even doing? You know, did they walk? Like, I don't know. Like, I
right.
guess sometimes to
But
the refrigerator back, you know?
but we're talking about it, right? So our as peers, we can all
Yeah,
learn from each other, and then hopefully the younger generation, like, will learn from us. Like, look at talking about perimenopause and menopause.
it's true.
No one discussed that with us. All of Gen X women pretty much went into it blindly. There might be the few that their moms did talk about it, but in general. So now we're talking about it for each other, but
Mm,
also for the millennial women and the Gen Z women coming behind us. And that's health. That's women's health. And that
definitely.
also ties to, I think, dementia prevention
Well, I
because they're
think that
trying to,
estrogen, I think people taking estrogen actually may have enormous health benefits, like across the spectrum, you know.
yeah,
Um, yeah, I think that's all true. I just wonder, like, where is the country going to be? Are we going to still have Social Security? Are we going to still be able to rely on some of these social safety nets? Or are they going to be sort of blown away? And like the way that healthcare keeps going up and up and up, like where does this end? Like it's not, you know, I think part of the reason I get like so mad when I'm like talking to Citibank and I'm just like, this, you're like making me jump through like 17 hoops to just like become a POA on my mom's IRA, which is about to reset. And because you're psyched if it resets, because then you get to trade off of this money for another
Yep.
year. And, I just think about like old people going through that experience of trying to deal with their finances and people in India picking up the phone and blah, blah, blah. Like, we just made it really hard for people to do all the sort of retirement planning and for old people to continue to manage their lives. Like you were talking about the scams before, it's just like, my mom turned off her landline because she was getting so many scam calls. It would have been great for her to have her landline because half the friends she had didn't have her cell phone number. And so that just like cuts you off from all of these people who might want to call you and say hi like once a year. So there's just like things like that where I'm just like, how can we have a government for the people who care about the people if it's just like the most basic things are not being taken care of for old people? It's like, and by the way, those are the people who vote. So I don't know how they're getting away with not dealing with some of these things, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think those things you talked about are going to be in existence in a meaningful way. Social security,
Yeah.
those type things. And I think because we're inflating ourselves out of it, everything's so damn expensive.
Right.
And
That's
maybe
true.
it's just we're in Florida and you're in New York.
No,
So
we're in
we're
expensive places. Yeah.
very expensive. Yeah. But no, I think we're going to inflate our ways out of that.
It's almost like, does everyone have to make just so much money just to have a normal life as they age? It's not
But
even
you can't,
extravagant.
but
What
you
happens when
can't
you stop earning?
really
Yeah.
the problem is like with AI, there's definitely an argument to be made that whatever you have today, you better protect it and grow it because who knows what's going to unfold. Like so many people are going to lose their sort of the middle management job is going to be over, right?
You know who I think it's going to impact the most? Because I'm in tech and I'm watching this and I'm living it and I see it and I embrace the AI as a means of survival.
Mm-hmm.
And the folks it's going to impact the most is actually going to be the offshore, the Indias,
Oh, interesting.
the
Yeah.
some of the other we've talked about this. I'm in IT. I'm in tech.
Mm-hmm.
I started in a call center in Beaverton, Oregon, on the Nike campus, helping people get connected to the internet.
Mm-hmm.
On the hall was Microsoft's tech support and HP's tech support and Symantec's, right? But all of those jobs that got me started and allowed me to launch a career are all gone. They're all over. They're all offshore. And now that all those jobs are offshore, though, AI is kind of coming for those.
Right.
So there's going to be some wave of activity back here.
Yeah.
What it is not defined yet. That's the wave that I think is happening.
And what
So
about in
really
those countries? Have they been going to school for coding and doing things that are now obsolete, like as of like last year? I feel bad for the people who are trying to be middle class there and spending all this money trying to get educated, and now those jobs that they're educated for don't exist.
They're going to go through what we went through over the last 20 to 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you an example. You ever hear of the term vibe code?
I have heard of that. That's like when you like put something into Claude and you come back after dinner and it like made you a website or something.
So kind of.
Yeah.
I wish it was that easy, G. You go to
sounds good. Yeah.
If you go to our website, I made our website, and then most of it was not vibe coded. But where I needed it to scale is I vibe coded functionality so that when we launch an episode, I can press a button and it goes out and it does different things and it updates our website. And it's literally, it takes me longer to log in than it does for that process to run. And it's a huge, huge efficiency gain. So it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
And we're harnessing that piece of it. And that was AI driven. Right. I vibe coded, help me write this. This is what I want to do. I want to be able to click a button, update the website, and okay, I need your credentials. So, it's wild.
Because what he's referring to is whenever we launch an episode, our most current guest is featured on our homepage.
Yeah.
Okay.
So once we launch it and it's out there, once I launch it, then I tell Brian it's launched. He hits that button and it automatically replaces the episode on our homepage with the
Okay.
newest episode.
Yeah.
Instead of him having to go in, it would have taken so much time each
Right.
Like
time.
2 to
You
3
know,
hours.
right now
Modifying
so
multiple files.
yeah. So no, he's kind of on the front lines of witnessing what AI is doing and how it's changing the
Well, what's
landscape.
fascinating too, like, I mean, in journalism too, AI in journalism's that's gonna get messed with. It already has. Half the shit on Yahoo's probably AI written,
Yeah.
right, or some agent. But what I'm seeing now is, and you might see this too, but you get, if you want to create content, you might use AI to write a nice email. Someone now may respond saying, with AI saying, respond to this email with these 3 points. Then an AI bot writes it back. So now you're have all this content that AI
Yeah.
generated,
Just
but
AI communicating
human
with each other.
prompted.
Right.
It's wild
It's
stuff.
almost like the humans have just become the prompts.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I also think maybe this is like the last year that you're going to have to talk to Citibank like 16 times about, you know, a certain form, because maybe I'll have my agent that will talk to Citibank's agent, right? You guys talk to me once you've worked it out. Tell me what the decision was,
Right.
and I'll approve or disapprove, you know?
It's an interesting concept, actually.
I mean, I'm not against like again, like if you can make your life easier on a practical level, but like what do you say to your son in terms of like, well, these are the careers that I feel would be good for you? Because, you know, would you be wanting him to go to be an engineer today, or would you be like, no, don't?
No shot. No.
Yeah.
I would say something with your hands and your feet and your eyes, and contractor.
Yeah.
Architecture is probably going to be, you still have to adhere to laws and stuff, but maybe as an architect, you could say, launch AI to go design something and then touch it up around the edges and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Do the
I would
initial
love
drawings.
it. I would
Yeah.
love it if I've already told him, he really wants to go to college because he saw his siblings go to college. He wants to go to FSU like his older siblings went to FSU.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's fine. But I really think you need to consider HVAC, plumbing, you know, the old school jobs. Those are going to be the new multimillionaires.
Yeah.
The plumbers,
electricians.
yeah, the electricians, big time.
Mhm.
So he wants to open up his own business. So he's 16.
Yeah.
So, you know, but you could open up your own HVAC business.
A finance
Totally.
degree is still valuable though, because the stock market's not going to go anywhere. And if you can
Yeah.
write the right prompt that helps you identify the next big winner, or
Right.
trade on the margins and be automated and stuff like that, a lot of money to be made.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're just going to have to figure it out, but it'll be just the world they know, you know, like it will
Yeah.
seem so different to us, but for them, it is just what it is. My daughters are really talented, like visual artist, you know, and it's like, well, you know, probably actually fine art that you can hang on your wall is, you know, still going to be something people want. People are
Yeah.
still going to want masseuses. Like, I don't know, the podcasting and the writing is a really interesting question, because right now you can tell if AI wrote it, but that may change, right?
Yeah.
And the voices, the AI voices, they're not quite good enough. Like they're, you know, you hear them on ads, right? Like Casper Mattress, you can totally hear that person is AI. But to do a podcast episode with the way there's so many like intricacies and strange things that people do when they're talking to each other, that I'm not
Nuance.
sure.
Well,
But
I don't think AI, like even when you talking about calling and speaking to someone in India, I've called numbers and it's an AI, and I know it's an AI. They're trying to be all cool, like they're trying to imitate a 25-year-old influencer asking me, you know,
yes,
where do you want me to send you?
I know they now have vocal fry. It really is. I said to somebody, it was like, it's like the return of the basic bitch or something. Like, when did everybody get all these like fake eyelashes and vocal fry? I was supposed to be the only person. I'm doing it ironically. Like, are you guys doing it ironically? But
I think,
yeah.
but on that topic, no one's going to replace, AI is not going to replace your story about your parents, their background.
Yeah, no, that's true. But if you think about like, if I wasn't invited as a guest on your show and I wanted to share this with the world, would I take the time to write like a finely crafted book about it right now? Or would I, maybe have Claude write me at least like ingest a bunch of notes and then see if Claude could write a first draft or something like that. Like a lot of people who do what I do, they ghostwrite books. They ghostwrite celebrities' books, like Demi Moore or somebody like that. And you can see a situation where a Demi Moore then comes to you and says, well, I wrote the book. Here it is. I wrote it on Claude by ingesting all my memories. And now the ghostwriter's job is to really level that book up and make it a lot better, but it might just be the initial, like the initial, I mean, look, and this is also not a bad thing. Like a lot of people who wanted to write novels or wanted to write screenplays, it's sort of like vibe coding, right? People who don't quite have good enough coding skills, now they can do all these things. It's like they have a superpower. People who probably even somebody like me who's like hasn't written a novel but has always wanted to. My God, I should never say publicly that I would be using any AI for any of this because you're not allowed to do that. But like even the ability to just ask AI, hey, would you like spell check this for me, or do you think my idea is good, or whatever it is? It's like having a as people say, like an assistant or somebody. It's not so doing things that are complicated makes them a lot less lonely.
Well, and that goes into, I don't know if you were
Mhm.
about to touch on this, but it's also completely infiltrated and filled a void socially
Mhm.
for a lot of people who maybe don't feel a connection with enough friends, or
Yeah.
are craving a partner but don't have one, or struggling in the dating world. I mean, I know people our age all the way down to my daughter's age that will talk to AI like it's their friend. Like, well, I asked chat and chat said this, and that's so foreign to me because writing is also my love and my outlet. And so my first thing with AI is like, like I'm writing this.
Yeah.
So to even like think of personally um, conversing with AI about my needs emotionally, my needs personally, that alarms me. But I do think there's AI boyfriends, there's AI girlfriends, and I think then you get into, well, how is that going to affect humanity as a whole? Like it's going to just so
Yeah, you don't want to we don't want to just be like just bags of flesh with like, a feeding tube and like wearing those dumb eyeglasses that they keep trying to get us to buy that are the ones where you like blink and it shows you your email or whatever.
yeah.
Like, all the tech titans are like this would be great, at the same time, like I am sure that it could do some therapy that's basic. Like I'm too paranoid. Like, are you gonna sell my innermost thoughts to like really upload my innermost thoughts? Because I still have that Gen X thing of like not trusting anybody,
Yeah.
not definitely tech people, tech titan people. But I I think it works. I think like my one experience with it is I had some friends came to my neighborhood. They told me like 2 hours before. I live in a really isolated neighborhood. Like 2 hours before they told me they're coming, they're all going out to dinner. Obviously, I'm not invited to this because they're telling me 2 hours before they've made this reservation. But like, will I come to a bar and meet them afterwards? And I was home with my son, who's 9. And I was like, well, I'm with my son. You guys, why don't you guys come and like stop by and say hi or whatever on the way? And they were like, no, we have to go because they were like sort of in going out mode. They didn't really want to come and like sit around with my son. And so I had been on the computer because I was working on something, and I asked like ChatGPT, like, well, what do you think about this? And it was like, that's really rude, like blah 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 blah. And I was like, God, I feel really bad. Why are they, not like coming to hang out with me? And then the next week, one of them was like, why didn't you come hang out with? Like, you could have just come and said hi to us. Like, we felt like we were in your neighborhood, which is like so hard to get to. And we were
Yeah.
asking you to come out to a bar, and like it was like 8:30. You could have left your son for like half an hour and walked over and said hi. And I was like, okay, I could kind of see. I still think I was in the right, but
Right.
having ChatGPT tell me I was in the right then just made me feel bad and made me more like isolated, you know?
Right. Double down. Double down. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild.
It almost
Yeah.
it was like a self-fulfilling prophecy,
Yeah.
instead of playing devil's advocate. Yeah.
That's what it does. That's what it
Yeah.
does. It's always like,
Yeah.
you're so smart, you're so cool, you
Yes.
Why hate
know?
that
Yes.
shit?
And that's the whole
Yeah.
and then you couple that with like filters on social media and just all of the make believe. And it
Yeah.
almost it makes me concerned people not only are going to lose connection with others, but they're also maybe going to lose connection with themselves. Because
Mhm.
if you use enough filters on social media, if you talk to chat enough about your innermost thoughts and they're just validating, I think you lose a sense of who you are to some degree.
Yeah. Well, and there is the question of if you really will do the higher level work. Like, will you
Right.
actually write like a novel that is any good? Or is it going to just be sort of trash because it's like half AI written or whatever? You know, a friend of mine said to me, like, he's not on social media at all. And I was like, well, why aren't you? And he was like, it doesn't help me like get done the things, he's a screenwriter, that I need to get done in a day. Like,
Yeah.
it's not actually going to help me. It's not like gonna put me in touch with the right director and help me actually finish this thing and make it really good. It's just gonna distract me and try to get like little bit of clout off of it, you know?
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I wanted to go back to around 9/11 is when you first started with Rolling Stone. So you were still kind of tied to New York Magazine. That was
Hmm.
always there, but you've then pivoted. What made you pivot to Rolling Stone? Did you have a connection over there, or did they reach out to you?
They reached out to me because they liked my writing, and I wanted to do things that were more national. I didn't at that time realize how much business travel sucked, so I thought like I would love to do some business travel. Like, can't wait to like get my mileage up and stay in this, Radisson, and like, yeah, stayed in
Good
so
upgrade.
many bad hotels all over the country. Um, so yeah, I started working for them and it was great. I mean, it was really fun. It was again, because I didn't get to watch TV and stuff like that, that it was so fun for me to be able to experience like, well, what is it like to really like hang out with Justin Bieber or, Lady Gaga, or these different stars that, I mean, you were at that time getting an enormous amount of access, right?
Did you know going in that you were going to be focusing on celebrities? That was what they were going to be sending you out to do, was interview celebrities?
At first, I didn't really do that. I did these slice of life stories. Like I did a story about, they were, you know, they, I mean, this is so ridiculous. I did the story, but they wanted to find like a guy in college who was donating to a sperm bank all the time and talk to him about like what that experience was like, and sort of ask like, well, what would, now you fathered like 1,000 kids. So I
Right.
went to like to Berkeley, UC Berkeley. It was like the crew team had all decided they were going to make money from donating their sperm. So I interviewed this guy. I mean, I probably don't know. It was probably like 16 computers ago, so I probably don't have like his phone number anymore, but I'd love to know how he feels now, like 45, people finding him on 23andMe all the time. I mean,
That would be a good
He's still
follow-up.
doing it too.
That would be a
yeah,
good follow-up if you
Yeah.
could.
that would be
That would be a
quite the
good
follow-up.
follow-up.
I probably used a pseudonym, so I have a
Yeah,
feeling
yeah.
he's gone, but yeah, that's definitely a corner of the world that's changed. So I was doing sort of like weird stories like that, and then um I think they realized like, okay, we need to focus more on celebrities or bigger names. And I wasn't really much of a music writer because I didn't know, I mean, I have done a couple of more real bands, but yeah, they started sending me like I interviewed Katy Perry. I mean, there were a bunch of people where it was like really full access. Like it's like, okay, go meet Katy Perry. Like I went to Santa Barbara. Actually, she had a documentary, like an MTV style crew with her. Then I had dinner with her in Santa Barbara. Then I came to LA. I went to her house. She was at that time living with Russell Brand. And then like I went and saw her practice and, drove with her someplace else. I mean, crazy, like, almost famous, not like that, like not on the bus kind of stuff, but
Right.
lots of access to try to understand the person. It was often people's first Rolling Stone cover. I wrote Taylor Swift's first Rolling Stone cover. So that
Wow.
was crazy. Like I mean, it was like I was in her bedroom. I could have like, rolled around on her bed if I wanted to. Like, I mean, she was showing me like, this is how I have my sweaters organized. It was her childhood bedroom. Like,
Wow.
you know,
Wow.
um, and yeah, people are so excited to be, this is the call they've been waiting for. Now they're going to get to be in Rolling Stone. My God. So it was a
What
very
years was
fun
that?
job.
What years was that?
I mean, I think it was probably like 2003 to maybe like 2010, something
That
like
was
Do
like
you
the
that.
still do
heyday.
anything for
2012.
Rolling Stone?
I haven't in a long time.
All right, so I can
I mean,
pick
I've
on
been making podcasts for
Yeah.
like
I can pick on them.
7 years. Yeah.
You were doing it when they were still Rolling Stone.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of people who say they weren't Rolling Stone by then, but yeah.
I can go there too, but they were still Rolling Stone. They're not
Yeah.
anymore, and it's so disappointing because they used
Yeah.
they used to do that, and there were great, insightful articles about
Yeah.
cool people.
Yeah. They still have articles in there, but it isn't like it isn't the same thing it was for
Like
sure,
when I go to we have Publix down here, and
Mhm.
every month it's a Grateful Dead cover. They're
Yeah.
selling the Grateful Dead, or they're selling another retread of Bob Dylan. I love both, but
Yeah.
you can only do it so many times, and it's just to
I do
sell.
remember growing up where I remember the Rolling Stone cover was a big
Yeah,
deal, and I was always excited to see who was
totally.
next and next on the cover, and I haven't felt that way in years and years and years. So there was a shift.
Yeah.
There was
Well,
a
I mean, it is true that like, their best-selling covers, at least back when I was there, were like it was like Bob Dylan,
Yeah.
Yeah, Jerry Garcia, Bob Dylan.
or it would have to be somebody like Johnny Depp, like somebody who's
Yeah.
in that culture where like he's close with Hunter Thompson, like he cares about like a certain,
Mhm.
um, but for advertisers, people chase younger readers, right? And then the younger readers want to know like what's hot, and it's like a boy band or whatever, Britney, like,
But even that was hot, like putting Britney on or putting Justin on or
mhm.
Katy Perry. Like that was still in she was still there, I think, in the heyday. Like that was the fact.
2008-ish.
Well, no, the
Yeah,
fact that I mean, I think it's really cool that you got to be a part of these celebrities' first time being
Mhm.
contacted by Rolling Stone. You got to be a part of their dream, right?
oh my God, it
You
really is true.
that is so
Yeah,
special. Like for Taylor Swift and for Katy Perry and the celebrities where you were that phone call. You were part of that phone call of Rolling Stone would like to do a spread on you. I'm coming out
yeah.
and you got to be boots on the ground as part of their dream was coming true. That's a very unique experience to be part of the chapter in their lives like that.
Yeah, I mean, Katie, I'm not sure if it was her first cover, but I did write Usher's first cover, and I mean, I will never forget. It was like because he was so religious, so he was like, "This is it. Like God has spoken. Like God has sent you here,"
Yeah.
And then we finished the interview, and it was really late, and he was like, "You want to like stay in like my extra, my pool house or whatever." And I was like, okay, I'll stay in there. And I ended up sleeping over there. And then in the morning, I couldn't get out. Like there was a gate, I got up really early. I didn't want to like wake him up and like couldn't figure out how to get out the gate. I like jumped over this thing. And my editor was like, that had to be a setup. And I was like, I don't know. I think he really like just felt bad because it was like late and he lived in Alpharetta and I was staying like halfway across, Atlanta. He was like, no, he knew what he was doing. And I was like, well, I don't know, whatever. I was happy to sleep there. But,
So
it's
sweet. I
a,
love it.
it's a really, it was fun. And look, those jobs are still happening. They're just reformulated there's a different, it's like Alex Cooper or whoever the person
Right.
is. I think the issue now is that everything is so at hyperspeed that it's like as soon as Alex Cooper is done with, this interview, she's got to rush off to do like Taylor Frankie Paul from The Bachelorette is coming in, and
Yeah.
she's trying to like build an empire at the same time. And like, we need to have more podcasts and, You know, we have to have a water deal and a this deal. And like the people who are doing the interviewing are also now often the CEO of their creator company, right? She's got her husband, but like everybody's in this bizarre role of both, you know, the journalist, it is journalism, you know, and also like media executive. And that's busy with Zooms and like deals, and, you know, everybody wants to say hi and touch base and blah, blah, blah. So it's like,
and branding and all of it. And what you were doing, it sounds like what was the average amount of time you would spend with a
I
celebrity?
mean, it was like we wouldn't even show up if it was less than 2 days. We're like, we're not even coming. You know, it's got to be 3 locations.
You're
You know,
embedding.
so,
You're
I
storytelling.
flew. So it's for like a paragraph. I would fly someplace. Like later on, I was starting to be like, this is stupid. Like I could have just. Now it's like I can just watch the live feed of this person's concert and write something up about what, you know, what they said interstitially between the songs, and that would have been good enough.
Yeah, but
You know,
with that you're losing.
The nuance.
You're not capturing nuance. I was just about to say it because by going there through your writing is the nuance will be projected, and I think that's where I feel it's more special. You're embedded with them.
totally. It's just, you know, rock stars, they are not on time, right? And particularly if you're dealing with rappers, they're not going to be on time. So like there's times it's a more of a young person's game. It's hard to do when you have kids because you're not sure when you can get out of there because you're on somebody else's schedule, right?
That makes sense.
I have a question on that. I read your piece, and I'm going to get his name wrong, the guy who ran Chanel.
Oh, Karl Lagerfeld. Yeah.
So I read your piece on that, and I love your writing style.
Thank you.
I'm curious how you do it, though, because you inject quotes like you're in the room.
I was in the room.
Right? So it's not like you asked, hey, what do you think? Or a question. You were just in the room.
Okay, I will tell you about that. So basically what happened is, you know, that was for New York Magazine. New York Magazine has a fashion editor. You know, everything is very formal in fashion, right? So we're requesting that we will send this lovely reporter, Vanessa, to go interview Karl Lagerfeld. And, you know, okay, what does he think about this? And their answer was like, she can come to a photo shoot, but he's going to decide when he sees her, like if he wants to talk to her or not. So there's no guaranteed interview. You can send her and we'll take it from there. And I was like, okay. And then I got there and it's like 5 people, you know, it's like a model, a couple stylists, some caterer, and Karl Lagerfeld. And it's like, you can sit here. And I was like, you mean I could just sit here and not even have to interview you guys and just observe everything you're doing? This is like the best assignment I ever had. Yeah. Like, this is amazing. I'm just going to sit here? Like, this is exactly what you want, right? Like, as a writer, like, not so much a journalist who really wants answers to things, but if you're doing color writing, it's so amazing to just sit there. You're chilling out. You're just listening. You know, you're writing down the things that are interesting. So I think that's how you're able. But yes, that's what a lot of these, like when we say like 2 days or something, it's not like I'm sitting there being like, you need to tell me your childhood trauma for 2 days. And I need to understand why this song on the B side, you know, has this riff in it and blah, blah, blah. And what are you trying to communicate? It's more just like, you're in their world. You're able to roll around with them and see the world sort of through their eyes and like what's behind the curtain, right? So yeah, that's how, you know, look, there's still people writing great. There are still stories like that being written. You just have to look harder for them.
It's not out there though, right? Because like there's a cool thing on the Kindle Unlimited. You can get the old Playboy interviews.
Oh yeah, those are so good. Yeah.
Have you ever seen those? Like,
I haven't seen them on Kindle Unlimited, but that's like often the research that I would do if I'm getting assigned a celebrity. Is one of the first things you do is see if there's a Playboy interview because they're so good.
Yeah, like they do. Martin Luther King is available. I think Hunter S. Thompson is. John Wayne is.
Yeah,
like, just people. But it's the dialogue. It's like, great. You know, you're sitting here, I'm here, and someone's there, and it's well, what about this? And what about that? I just like yours is more of like an observational style in some ways, right? Or
Yeah.
what would the right, is that the right term? But
No, I think it is more observational. It's a little more
embedded.
aloof, a little more stepped back, and
Yeah.
like more sort of, looking at the person. But I mean, I think that as I've gotten older, are more interested in the intimate interview. And as I've gotten more, just confident as an interviewer, because I used to be like, I'm not getting the answers I want from
Yeah.
somebody. And it's really hard when you're interviewing famous people. You often are like, you're trying to find a way in, but they've heard everything.
Yeah.
Oh, you grew up that way? I grew up that way. Like the number one thing you can do is shut up. Like just be quiet,
Yeah.
ask them really short questions and let them answer. But sometimes people are having bad day, and sometimes they didn't want to do the interview because of your particular outlet screwed them on something else, or it doesn't work with what they think they should be doing. They think they should be on CNN right now, and they're stuck giving you an interview or whatever, and they're just going to give you a bad interview. There's like, you can only move people. I mean, because you guys are talking to people all the time. Sometimes you get off on the wrong foot. That's definitely true. There's sometimes you just rub somebody the wrong way at the beginning and it's really hard to get it back. But ultimately, people come at a comfortability level, and your style, you can move them further for sure. But some people are just not that open,
Yeah, you're just not going to get them there.
What
Yeah.
was if you don't mind saying, and you don't have to, but who was your most challenging interview?
Well, okay, so I interviewed Madonna, and that really did not go well at all. She was very not happy with the interview. I was not super psyched either. She was like somebody I idolized, obviously of my age. Like she was the first concert I went to. Like I had the gloves, I had the bow in the hair. Like I just loved her. I loved all her work, and she's famously a very tough interviewee. Like she doesn't like journalists and she doesn't want to give you much. But the thing about her that is not great is, and you do get this sometimes when you interview people who are artists, less with musicians, she has a vast like visual memory, right? Like she's really knows a lot about art and different music videos, and she's pulling from different references for fashion and blah, blah, blah. I don't really know anything about any of that. So she sort of expects you to be somebody who's very educated in that, which I was just like never gonna be that. But I went to London to interview her, and she just really was not very nice through the whole thing. It was not like I wasn't able to grab on to something, and to the point where I was just like trying to make conversation just to see what, like, let's just try to make some conversation, like we were talking about her early music, and she was like, oh, I can't even listen to that. And I was like, oh, that's crazy, like I love your early stuff. And she was like, oh, well, that's nice for you or something. I was just like, okay, this has really gotten to a point where this is getting weird, and because I do an observational style or create action in feature articles, require you to say like, this person today is doing this thing. So she was just sitting like in her sitting room, not doing anything. And so I had to ask her a lot of questions about what she had done that day so I could write and like bring people into her world, and she didn't like that. And it was just like one of those things where I was like, I feel like nothing I am gonna say is gonna be the right thing to say at this point.
Yeah.
And then you did have to deal also with the fact that she's done a lot of stuff to her face, and so that sort of had to be part of the story. And so that was obviously like a total no-fly zone as well, because Madonna stands for, look, I mean, there's a way in which like Madonna stands for like being, strong femininity, being on the edge, being first, like pushing what the definition of a woman is. Why do you want to see her doing like major plastic surgery and like wearing, as she was the other night, like a leotard and running around with like Sabrina Carpenter, who's like, what, 21, you know?
Right.
Like, and so there's like a real like dissonance there. Now that we were discussing how everybody's now trying to do to their faces what Madonna did to her face 10 years ago, like you could say like maybe she was on the leading edge and I just didn't know it, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
But, you know, trying to deal with that in a respectful and ginger way is what it is. And so, you know, she didn't like the photos. She didn't like the headline. Well, actually, no, she did like the photos. And then I don't write the headline. So the headline was Madonna at 60. And so she didn't like that headline. And, you know, look, there's always, if you're going to write like a long piece of writing about somebody, there's always going to be a bit of yourself in it. So part of it was about me looking, you know, to her and being like, this is somebody I idolized. What do I think of her now? I flew to Las Vegas. She refused to talk to me. So it was like really got to the point where like things really didn't go well, you know?
Yeah.
And so I don't know what to say about that. Like generally, I feel like I am usually at fault. It's usually my like sort of incorrect framing or something that I've done that is creating this if it really goes badly. But in that case, I cannot really take credit for it because I think it was just like, she has an idea of how she wants to be portrayed as a very serious person.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I'm not going to portray Madonna as a serious person. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is not like, your legacy is not quite like at the point where, you know, you need to be exalted. Like, what's really interesting about you is these last like 10 or 20 years where like since Confessions of a Dance Floor, things have gotten pretty wacky. And like, why I want to know, you know?
Yeah.
What's
No,
the goal? What's happening?
that's such a good point. And you're so on. That would have been very interesting to read because as a fellow Gen Xer, I also looked up to her and I thought she was on the front lines of so much. Even sometimes I didn't understand until I understood. It took me long
Right.
to catch up.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, and I look at people like Sabrina Carpenter now, and I'm like, part of what your success is because of what Madonna did.
For
Like
sure.
Madonna
Absolutely.
walked so
Yeah.
these girls
Pioneer.
could run. I mean, there's no question. But it did go sideways somewhere where I can't figure it out. So why not give us the opportunity to understand? Give us the
Right.
opportunity to connect with you so we understand, especially if there is some deep meaning behind this. Share that so we
Right.
can be a part of this. And we may not catch up. Maybe in the past we did catch up. Maybe a year later we're like, oh yeah, okay, now I understand why she was wearing that or why she was doing that or why she said that. But this has gone on long enough where it's like we still don't get it. So and maybe
Exactly.
maybe
Yeah.
we're the dummies. Fine.
Right.
Explain it to us like we're 5. I don't
Right.
care. I'll say
Right. So that was what the problem, it was like I was going there being like, I genuinely want to understand you. I
yeah,
want
yeah.
you to talk to me and like help me like, and I wasn't saying like, I think your face looks weird. Like, can you make me understand why your face looks like at all? I was more just saying
right,
like,
right.
I'm a huge fan. I want to understand you. I want to know more about this. I've read now everything about you and I want to understand more about you
Yeah.
and where you are. And like, you know, she's just not, you know, her comeback was you'll never understand me, which is a comeback. That's a comeback.
But
Like
you know what? That's outdated. That's
it is
not
outdated. Yeah.
not where we are anymore. And being taken seriously, like just for being taken seriously's sake, is outdated too.
Right.
You know, self-deprecation is way more current, and and not being so serious is really what's current. The younger generations have totally changed, flipped everything. Where if you're taking yourself too seriously, you're kind of made fun of at this
Yeah.
point. You know, it's more respected now to be more real and self-deprecating than not.
Definitely. But I mean, look, it's hard to be an aging icon, like any female aging icon. That is a hard road for sure. It's hard to be a
Absolutely.
male aging icon also, but the women have it harder for all the beauty standard reasons. But a lot of people, get weird, and especially like, people have been trying to ghostwrite a biography for her. People are trying to make a movie about her. People are trying to make a documentary about her. And it's like, maybe she'll try a little bit. I mean, there was recently some photo that came out of her and Julia Garner, who's supposed to be playing her in this movie that was supposed to happen, but then was derailed and blah 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 blah. And I know other big stars like this who have done the same thing, where they start working with a ghostwriter, they stay okay to the movie, but then they blow up and they say, "You're not worthy to tell my story. Only I can tell my story." But you can't. At some point, you can't. You have to turn it over to a younger person who's an expert,
Yeah. Yeah.
because you just don't have perspective on
Is that an
yourself,
insecurity
you
thing though?
know?
A vanity
I think
insecurity
it's like
thing?
an insecurity. Maybe it's like a fear of death. Maybe it's like a, oh, I waited so long to do this and now it has to be perfect. But it's also just like a celebrity thing, which is like a lot of celebrities. They bring people in, but then they get paranoid, right? Like, oh, you're really just after me. You're trying to steal my ring, or there's
I
something
could
you
see them being
want,
non-trusting.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know. And then of course there's a huge amount of narcissism in there just for
Yeah,
fun.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
but so on the flip side, do you have a favorite that you interviewed?
I mean, I loved Adam Lambert from
Mm.
American Idol, I have to say, who came out in the story that I wrote about him. So I was like,
Oh,
that
that's
was great.
that's
That was
amazing.
fun. I
Yeah.
really liked Lady Gaga. She did this interview almost entirely like in her Lady Gaga persona, which I thought was sort of hilarious, like in a Devo-esque
Yeah.
way.
That's
Like,
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah.
just different people who like surprise you and you're like, oh my god, this person was great. Like Donna Karen was really great. Karl Lagerfeld was sort of great. Like there's, I appreciate people who are eccentrics and just, very much on their
Did you
own.
actually get any questions to him?
I
I
mean,
will
I don't
say that.
even know in the end, did I even like really did I just like observe him? I ended up going to Paris. I think I probably asked him like a couple of things. I
Mhm.
just remember him saying, because as we talked about, like I have this whole thing of my parents like kept all this stuff. And he was saying he gave everything away because like the modern way was just to like, just white, which he didn't really do that, but he was living in a new apartment with like everything's white, everything's new. He was getting older and he was like, I just want to be modern. Like, and
Mhm.
that always stuck with me. Like, that's a cool thing to do when you're older, just to say, like, you know what, let's just put all this stuff in storage and let's
Mhm.
try like living super minimal for a minute, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
I do have to ask though, so you said Taylor Swift was her first interview,
yeah,
right? Was with you. So she was very young, right? And then
yeah,
you see where she is now and the tour she just wrapped up last year or whatever. Um, could could you foresee that at the time that that's
definitely
how it was
not.
ahead?
Definitely not. I mean, so she was 19. Um, I mean, I thought so I think it was her second album, maybe. I thought her songs were great. They were good. They're not my style, but they seemed good. Um, I could tell that she was very ambitious, from the way that she was doing everything, and that her parents were like really smart and really, they were business people. I think they were literal business people, right? Like who I think her dad maybe did mutual
Yeah.
an investment broker or something.
Yes.
Um, so they, that's kind of the most important thing for a lot of these people, is like that you have real solid family that isn't going to try to take pieces of your, career. Um, but I mean, I had no idea that things were going to end up like this. I do have to say, you know, I thought of her really like the really pretty girl in the back of class who nobody's paying any attention to. And then it's like senior week in high school and everybody's like, that girl's so cool and she's so pretty. And like nobody really paid attention to her, you know? She felt
Yeah.
like that person. And I think that is sort of what she still is in a weird way. Like this sort of turning into the cheerleader with Travis Kelce is like not totally her, you know?
Yeah.
You want to talk about somebody who's really into her friends. I mean, she's very like, people really get stuck at the age where they get famous, right? Like it's very hard to progress sort of mentally or psychologically past then. And I think she has. I'm not saying she's still 19, but I think a lot of her personas, I mean, not persona, her, you know, music and life is about like experiencing life as a young adult, you know? Um, But I went back and listened to the tape recordings a few years ago, and she sounds like phenomenal. Like she's actually really answering the questions. She's trying her best. She's so open. She's really giving interesting and smart answers. And so I think that's one of the things where I'm like, wow, you know, maybe I was too old and jaded when I showed up here to interview her to really get like into her mindset. Like I'm not sure I really was able to get into her mindset because she was just too young, you know, for me at that time. I was almost twice as old as her, you know. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm obviously like, I'm impressed. Like, the world is impressed, you know?
For sure. No, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
And it's interesting what you said about a lot of celebrities can get frozen um in that point where they hit it big, right? And they became famous.
Mm-hmm.
And that's without even mentioning if there's substances involved or alcohol, you know, or toxic, being surrounded by toxic leeches basically of
Mm-hmm.
people. Um I've always thought about it's as big as the riches are and as big as they get and as easy as life may seem, there's a flip side to that that is very dark. And I do think, as you said, having the right family around you and people around you and business minded people around you, it's got to be a game changer and it's got to be indicative of how um, really happy you're going to be in this or grounded you're going to stay, I would assume.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's sort of the whole thing. You know, if you look at somebody like Britney Spears, that's like obviously been the flip side of
Yeah,
that, you know.
that's
But
very sad.
again, like, you know, there's not really that many opportunities to be somebody like Britney Spears who doesn't write her own material anymore. Like in the economy we're in, it really is like an auteur driven, almost old school musician
Check out Billy
economy.
Strings.
What did you say? Oh, yes, that's right.
I will say,
I
before
got to check it
forget,
out. Yeah.
there's 5 of them. One of them is a fiddler. So
Oh,
he plays
nice.
Bill
violin.
Strings,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You probably would appreciate.
I will definitely check it out. I wish I was a fiddler. That's actually what I really wish I had become, was a fiddler. I think that's
Fiddler.
like the best life
This
there
guy's
is to
amazing.
have.
Absolutely. Can you
Yeah.
imagine if, like, for your life, you'd be like, I'm a fiddler.
I'm a
That's what I
fiddler,
do.
whatever. I just pick up some improv
Yeah,
fiddling here and there,
yeah.
you
I
know?
was able to, you know, raise a family and live and pay my bills as a fiddler.
Yeah.
I mean, that's such a flex. That is such a flex. Okay,
Exactly.
so how long did you work with Rolling Stone?
Uh, I mean, so basically, I moved to LA, I lived in LA for 10 years, and I worked for Vanity Fair, Rolling Stone, New York Magazine. I would just sort of like work for whoever. If I had
Okay.
time in my schedule, I just worked for them. And then I made a podcast about Ivanka Trump with New York Magazine. Um, I guess just like 2000 and maybe 17. I mean, basically what I wrote a book, I taught, you know, a little bit. I did some speaking.
What was the book?
So the book was a book about campus rape, but it was supposed to be like sort of a book for parents to understand the different issues and like differing perspectives on like what is consent, what is okay to one person is not really okay to the other person. There is really rape happening, but maybe it's being overreported on the other side. Like, what are the administrators doing? Are they being too aggressive, not aggressive enough, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it was, first of all, writing a book is really hard. This was also a really hard topic because it was done more in an omniscient style than I normally write in. And I think it was like not necessarily really a book anybody wanted to read. Like it would be an interesting book for people to read now that we've gone through all the Me Too stuff and we've kind of come out the other side and everybody's like got different opinions of it. But, you know, some consciousness has been raised that like sexual assault definitely happens, but there's also over reporting of it. And that's probably the reality,
Was that
right?
was that inspired or around the time that whole Stanford event happened?
I think it was some around, yeah, it was around then.
Yeah.
It was inspired by a case that happened at Columbia
Okay.
University.
There's millions of cases.
There's lots of these
Right.
cases. They are everywhere.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't regret writing it. I think it was interesting. I think it was way harder. It's sort of like any creative project. Sometimes you get into it and you're like, oh, this is going to be way harder than I think to respect the people that I'm interviewing and put their perspectives in. But at the same time, also show some flip sides is going to be hard. And, you know, this issue, it's just, I don't know that people want to read a book that is with like a 360-degree book. It has historical relevance for sure because it's like the main most serious book that has taken the issue seriously in this like, you know, mid 2010s time when it was blowing up all over the place and has had a lot of implications for society. So it's a good book. I just think for me it was a more painful experience than I thought. I like ended up breaking my knee in the middle of it. You know, my dad got very sick. My dad ended up getting diagnosed with bone cancer and then passed away like 4 months later.
Wow.
So it was really just intense. I got pregnant with my second child, you know. So I feel a little like, you know, you guys tell me if you also agree, but like once one of your parent dies, that's sort of the beginning of the middle age or the next chapter or something.
It's your new normal. I
Your new
mean,
fucked up
yeah,
normal,
Brian's dad went into the hospital with a stomach ache and died like 7 weeks later from
Wow.
colon
Okay.
cancer.
Oh
And
my
my dad died
God.
in a car accident. So we both
Okay.
we understand the whole shock of losing a parent quickly.
Yeah.
And it is like your new normal. I was 30 or 31 and you would have been like 34. So but
Okay.
it
So
is
early.
it's
Yeah.
early, but it's your life is it's different. Your life's different now. It's like a different
Yeah.
existence, right? When you lose
Yeah.
a parent.
Yeah. I feel
But
like I just woke up and I was like, oh, I have another kid and I have one less parent, you
well,
know?
and
Yes.
it sounds like that was a crazy time because your
It's crazy.
topic was important. And I don't know if there was a 360 view at that point. And I do think it's an important enough topic to have 360 view because you have to represent kind of all sides and it's a crazy dynamic.
Yeah.
It shouldn't necessarily be crazy dynamic, but it is, right?
Yeah.
So you're writing this heavy story, your knee breaks, that sounds like it would suck. Geez.
That really sucks.
Kids,
Yeah.
and then your dad. That must
Well,
have been a
so
really interesting time.
yeah, so the
Yeah.
book's kind of tied to a really tumultuous time in your life
Yes,
too.
Yeah.
definitely.
So
Yeah.
how did you break your knee?
Skiing. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm actually a decent skier. This was like, you know, just I was going too fast. It was an icy day. It was
oh,
dumb. But yeah,
oh.
I broke it in Montana and they were like, okay, you can get this done here, but you're going to be stuck here for like 2 weeks. So you can just go home with this broken knee and get it, you know, because I got a plate put in and like the whole thing. So
Jeez.
yeah,
Were you a glacier?
no, I was a Big Sky.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So did you fly home with your with a broken knee? How do you do that?
In like a wheelchair. My husband, yeah, with a brace, and my
Oh
husband just
my
took
gosh.
me, and yeah, it was so bad. It was a tibial plateau fracture. It was like really one of the bad fractures,
Did
but
they have to come get you, like the people to come up on the mountain and put you on a
oh
stretcher and
yeah, I was
sit
on
you
a
down?
stretcher. Yeah, I
Was
don't
the
even
whole
remember
thing?
it because it like, that kind of trauma to to bodily organ, you just like put it, you can't, your body
Where
can't process
I
it.
can't even
where did you
imagine.
ski as a kid, or did you learn as an
Vermont. I skied in Vermont with
Okay.
my parents. Yeah, my dad would take me skiing.
Do you ever
But
go to like Vernon Valley or Great Gorge?
No, I never went there. We would go
Okay.
more like to, like Stratton,
Yeah,
Killington,
yeah.
like, yeah.
yeah, but those are nothing compared to Montana mountains.
Well,
I
it's harder.
know. I know. Well, I had lived in LA, so I got to Mammoth.
Okay.
I'd done some ski.
Okay.
My husband is a very good snowboarder, so he had sort of been like, "We're doing this. This is part of our life."
Yeah.
So, but now
Well,
I do still ski, but I ski like it's got to be like perfect conditions. Not going
yeah.
to go very fast, because
Yeah.
it's dangerous. It's like it's a very dangerous sport.
You wear a helmet now?
I wear a helmet for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's wild.
So that just to go back, when did you meet your husband?
I met my husband, I think I was maybe 32. I met him in New York, and then we moved to LA together because he was working in
How
LA.
did you meet him?
We were set up by a friend.
Oh,
Yeah.
and was it instant?
It was like instant, I really like you, but then he was like, I'm moving to LA. So then I didn't see him for a few months. And then it was, then it was it was pretty on after that. Yeah.
Yeah, because we had phones, right? Like, was that the
Yeah,
days
we
of
had phones.
texting? You guys could text and
Yeah.
stuff when he was
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
LA.
Probably
Okay.
no
The more updated,
pictures, but yeah.
Okay.
like
Yeah.
AIM and AOL Instant Messenger stuff.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Text wasn't really big until 2000s,
Well, that would was that
Yeah,
2008
it
or
was like
10.
2003, 4 maybe if I
okay.
met him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how long did you date before you got married?
I think we got engaged after a year, and then we got married a year after that.
And then when
Oh,
did you have how long were you married before you had your daughter?
Um, well, how long were we married? We might probably were married like 5 years or something. And
Okay.
then yeah, so we had her in 2011, and then my son in 2016.
And you were still doing the freelance journalism during all this time?
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
How did becoming a mother affect the flexibility with that type of career, or did it affect it?
I mean, it was okay with one kid. I think that a lot of writers feel that way, like particularly when kids are little, like nobody tells you like, "Oh, well, having this baby actually is the easy part." Like, what? And I like to be alone
True.
with my thoughts. So definitely having like kids, like when the kids couldn't talk, I was like, "Sweet. Like I'm here
yeah.
thinking my thoughts, playing with my kid. This is sort of awesome, like
Now you're doing a podcast, getting interrupted by your daughter.
exactly. I
Those are
mean,
thoughts. When does
yeah,
that? I think that happens when they all leave the house again.
right. I know. I haven't been able to think my thoughts for like 5 years now.
No.
But I mean, I think it's the travel that really changes. Like you really can't. And then also just when you're in a highly pressurized story, people will just, or if it's again famous or important people, like they feel fine calling you at like 8 o'clock to have like a 45-minute conversation, or people from LA love to call people from New York when they're on their way home in their cars. Like, oh great, let's just do this interview when we're on our way home. And you're like, well, 5 o'clock for you, 5:30 for you is 8:30 for me,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would just always just be like, I can talk from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Like just put that out there from the beginning. Like these are the hours. Like I've lots of availability, but it's gonna be like in this window,
That's
but
good.
it didn't always work out that way. But then so I made this podcast though about Ivanka Trump, and then I started to make podcasts. And so for this last 6 years, I've really only made podcasts, but a lot of my podcasts are scripted. So I'm
Okay.
writing, right? Or editing
Okay.
people.
Was your daughter born in LA?
My daughter was born in New York, but we were still like going back and forth to LA. But then my husband is also from New York. So we ended up moving back here.
As New Yorkers,
Okay.
how did you deal with LA?
I mean, I don't know. I was just like, I don't know. I
One
mean,
is
I
real,
like,
one is not.
yeah, I like things about it, but yeah, I just, the driving, you're just
Mhm.
like, oh my God, am I going to really leave this house to get on the freeway for 35 minutes to see these people,
That's true. That's the whole thing,
It
right?
is the whole thing. Yeah, especially coming from the city where you didn't even have a car.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really just a different,
A different
like,
life.
Yeah.
So when your dad, did he have symptoms or was it truly just all of a sudden he's in the hospital, he has bone cancer?
he did, there was something wrong with his leg and he couldn't kind of figure out what it was, but it was a tumor. Yeah, in his
Okay.
bones. So yeah, he was not doing that well, but he wasn't doing badly enough. And I was also, pregnant. Like I gave birth, you know, in June and like he got diagnosed at the end of August. It was like I was like breastfeeding
Was
in
this your son,
the
your second child?
hospital. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
So yeah, so you have one child you're raising.
Hmm.
You have your career and then you're pregnant and then having your second son and also saying something's wrong with your leg with our parents, any of us, right? We're
Right.
like, oh, it hurts, but
Yeah.
you can live with that forever if nothing really forces you to go to the doctor and check it. So there's really was no, I'm sure, no urgency,
Well,
right?
that was
Yeah.
a generational thing too. I bet he was like, "Oh, my leg hurts." Probably hurt for like a year, and
Right.
then
Yeah.
eventually, right, it was
Yeah.
got to be
Yeah.
too much.
So it was
Yeah.
still a shock to all of you when he got
Oh, it
diagnosed.
was a
Parents.
huge shock. Yeah. And especially to him. Yeah. It was, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know. It's, have you guys having had this experience with your parents, you know that what is better? Like, is going fast better? Is lingering better? I don't know. I mean, my mom, again, as I was saying, like, we're going on year 5 of her having to live with help. So, like, it's quite serious. And I don't know that that's better. I don't, this is a really long goodbye,
I'm
right?
in the, I'm
So,
in favor of what your dad went through, and my dad was supposed to pick me up at the airport or her at the airport, and he's like, "I've gotten some stomach issues. I'm gonna go to the doctor." He went to the doctor and never came home.
right.
So,
I
and that
think there's
Yeah.
was,
something to be said
I'd
for,
love to go fast. Would be
but I
my
Yeah.
think you had 7 weeks, 4 months. There's something to be said to for that because you do at least get a bit of a transition. You get
yeah.
if you want to say anything, you get an opportunity to say it.
Yeah.
If you want, you
Right.
can prepare. You have something to prepare.
Right.
Sometimes my dad died in a car accident. I can't even tell
That's
you.
too
Like
quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I, I would have give anything to have it 24 hours,
For
right?
sure.
Yeah.
So,
Yes. Yeah.
but what you're going through with your mom, that's torture, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just torture.
Yeah.
So there's a happy medium in there somewhere, and it's not happy.
Right. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, but I think because 4 months is also a shock. That's just it's I don't know the whole thing's a nightmare. But the
Right.
dementia was your mom showing signs of dementia at the time of your dad's passing?
Well, that is a good question. I don't know. I mean, I thought she was acting pretty weird, but people thought it was grief. And if you look at her handwriting, it was still pretty good, Maybe like a year and a half or 2 years after he died, her handwriting you can see starts getting like weird, more loose and stranger and stranger. So I think the thing with dementia is it's often like brewing 20 years before.
Mm.
So it could have been brewing for a while, but then the shifts started happening when she lost my dad. She was obviously very, very upset, very lonely. Then COVID happened. So I don't know medically. I mean, I don't know if scientifically you can really like hasten dementia once it's already like the fire is starting. I don't know if you can make it a worse fire by being isolated, but she certainly was isolated during COVID. So I'm not sure, but it has I didn't really ask her all the questions I needed to ask her or even set things up with her because when my dad passed away, she settled the estate. I went to a couple meetings. I said, like, tell me where I sign. you know, that was sort of like the extent
Mhm.
of it, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
And you had mentioned it's not like you had this real great communication style between you and your mom, right?
right.
So, it's if it was really good and healthy, then all of a sudden it kind of took a left turn, you'd be able to see that. But because it was kind of maybe
Well,
strained or
because
awkward,
she was so
Yeah.
kept things so
yeah,
close to
yeah,
so private in some ways and
Right.
reserved. Your mom was, so it's not like that open communication was natural.
yeah,
Is that what you kind of mean? Yeah.
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 So, well, and stress, I do think though can hasten
Hmm.
dementia for sure. Like especially
Definitely.
and trauma,
Hmm.
trauma and stress for sure. So, and COVID would have been incredibly traumatic for her being isolated so soon after losing. Because what year did your dad pass?
2017. So yeah.
Yeah, so she's still
Yeah.
in
I mean, I
pretty.
think this happens a lot. The way that people say, you know, oh, my mom never recovered from
Yeah.
my dad dying. It's sort of what we're saying, like what I'm
Yeah, you
saying,
are.
but it's like I'm giving it a name of the actual disease. That's sort of the politer way to say she didn't recover. Like,
Right,
you
right.
know, when you
Well,
look at the statistics, I mean, it's insane how many older people have like age-related dementia. So,
yeah.
you know.
Well, and how much is it related to biology or to circumstances,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, they say a lot of it is not genetic, but it seems like there's probably a predisposition there and the choices that you make in life, you know.
right, right.
But
No, you mentioned you said something to the effect you haven't talked to your mom about it or haven't had a chance. Are you able to communicate with her now? Does she
she's
have communication?
talking not as much the last couple of months. She stopped talking a lot, but she was communicating before. But I mean, it's more, what I was saying is more, I didn't really have the conversation with her of like, where are all your passwords?
Mm.
What are the
Mm,
things I need to know about your art career? Like, here's all the different things I need to know about you that I want to know about you, and like, blah, blah, blah. I didn't really have those conversations with her because I wasn't really sure what was happening. People were telling me I was over, you know, being dramatic or overstating the problem. And then she had a fall, and it's sort of just that, like the problems, like really just like raced ahead from there. Um, and there probably was a window where I could have asked her a lot of stuff, and I didn't do it because, as you said, like the relationship is strange, and I didn't know how to engage with her. And I was like freaked out by all the other things I had to take care of. You know,
Mm.
when you start having to do all the person's bills and medical
A lot.
appointments and like buying the groceries and doing everything, it's like you're sort of so freaked out by all that. You're not like, let's sit down. I really want to know, like, what was it like when you went on the QE2? You know, you're just like,
Yeah.
ugh, I gotta get home, you know, because I then still have two kids and I was working full time. So it's
Yeah.
like, you know, I really do think about basically, you know, if you want to call it like the last sort of like 8 or 9 or 10 years, even because we're coming, you know, into 2027 since my dad died, as being like the real adulthood. But I've been running around a little bit like a chicken with my head cut off, you know,
was trying to find something to ground. I'm sure it's
like
always looking for
whack-a-mole.
something to ground or anchor you. Because I
Yeah.
mean, your dad dying right as you were becoming a mother of two. You have an infant. You're a mother of two, which is different than being a mother of one. You have
Hmm.
a boy. It's different than a girl. I mean,
Yeah.
these are all major transitions for a mother, for a woman, right?
Right.
Then you throw on top of that, you've lost your father, who you had a lot in common with him. You
Right.
guys
Yeah.
were probably closer to him, I would think, than your mom growing
Yeah. In
up,
some ways.
in
Yeah.
some ways, right?
Hmm.
And so processing that, were you also moving then, or were you settled in New York?
I think I had just settled here. Yeah. In
So
New
you just
York.
moved.
Yeah.
That's like one
Right.
of the top five most stressful things
Yeah.
to do. So you think about that time. It's no wonder that when you talk about the book, there's like a little bit of a cloud there.
Right.
And I think it's because this was all, yes, that's a heavy topic, and you pioneered writing that type of book about
Hmm.
that topic, the 360
Hmm.
view concept. Um, Pioneering something is a big deal, but then you have all this going on. So that makes sense that
Plus a marriage.
well, and maintaining a
Yeah.
marriage,
Oh, right. Yeah. There's
it's
also
not
that.
easy.
Yeah.
You're new parents too now, and he has to be there for you. You know,
Right.
when a spouse is parent, I always say careful who you choose, because you're going to go through a lot with that person, and one of them is that the person that's going to support you through the loss of your parents,
Right.
because that's a journey,
Yeah.
and that you need that person, and so
Yeah.
he needed to be there for you as a new mother and as someone who just lost their father.
Yeah.
So so that makes sense. But I hope, because that book that you wrote, I think is timeless,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that does serve a purpose, especially the further away we get from that time frame, and as people look back on that time frame and history and everything. So that book, I think, is going to be a really phenomenal resource to people going forward. So I hope for you, you're given your flowers for that book,
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
because
that.
you were able to do that, and in spite of all of this too, or
Yeah.
as you were surrounded by all of that time in your life, and then you kind of jumped, not only COVID, but then jumping into dealing with your mom's health, which is almost like you said, having a third child now.
Right. It's like you have like a toddler who doesn't live with you, who lives like 45 minutes away.
Yeah. And doesn't want to listen probably.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
what have you learned as the daughter of a mother that has dementia? Looking, you've been involved with this now for 5 years,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So, are there any things you have learned that you could offer advice to someone who's maybe at the beginning of this journey?
Well, this is why I make this, this So Your Parents Are Old podcast is basically sort of for people who are starting to go through it. I don't know. There's so many tips, but I would just say the number one thing is to like just get the passwords, like get the passwords, get like the basics of this person's life sorted out, and also try to, you really do have to come to the process with love. Like my mom is very docile and very sweet, in her dementia. She's not like one of these people who's super upset. So it's easy for me to say that, right? To say like, oh, you've got to come. People are like, my mom's screaming at me. Like, I'm not coming to this with love, right? But for me, that like the heart opening that I've had towards her and the like real sympathy I have for the situation and for trying to make her life as good as it can be as she goes through this. Um, having grown up in like sort of the odd way that I described and feeling almost like I was like the roommate of these two people who were like on their own paths and building their own careers. And now it's like, okay, well, this is really family. And I think you do learn, I said it in a more flippant way before of like, well, you don't, I don't hear from my friends as much and she doesn't hear from her friends as much, but it's true. Like when you get sick, like family sort of takes care of family and that's what you learn. And so for me, a lot of it was just like, I kept on being like, isn't this somebody else's problem? Like, isn't this like, who's supposed to be dealing with this? And then I was like, oh, it's like me. I'm the only one that there is to deal with this. And so, like, wrapping your head around that, just dealing with the practical stuff. I'm not a person who really loves like inspirational sayings, but I mean, I have heard a couple of like meditation tapes or things that like help me calm down. Um, a lot of it is just like dealing with the fact that it is going to be torture for a number of years. And I don't know, at some point you have to reckon like with, how long does she want to live? What were her real intentions here? All these parents say, like, I don't want to be a burden to you. Just put me in a nursing home, throw away the key. Oh, just, shoot me, take me outside and shoot me, like, blah, 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 blah. When it really comes down to it, what do people really want? Right? Like, I have some information from my mom. Like, she did say some things because her mom had gone through this also, so I have some ideas of what she wants. but like, what do you have the like peace of mind to really talk to your parents about that in a serious way? Like, I don't know, not everybody's going to do that. Like, not everybody's going to be able to do it. So just do like as much as you can. It's just really like a chip away at it kind of thing. You just have to think like, this is part of my life. I'm going to have to just chip away at it. I can't find the perfect aid today. I can't find the perfect assisted living. I can't, do whatever financial machinations you're going to do to get your parent on Medicaid. We haven't even talked about the fact that there's so many people of Gen X who are supporting their parents where the parent has nothing, right? Because it's like you may have Medicaid, but who's paying your rent? Who's putting food on the table?
It's a
And
huge gap, right? And I'm sure you're navigating that, but that's a huge gap
no, it's
in our society
huge.
here, our
And
culture.
it's so you have people who are like all across the spectrum. Some people who are like, "Oh my God, I thought my mom had money and that's my inheritance. So I've got to
Mhm.
protect it," to people all the way on the other end who are like, "My parent has nothing and has to move in with me." And I mean, taking care of somebody with dementia day in and day out, that is beyond a full-time job. I mean, people call it like the 36-hour day, right? Because you're not like sitting there on your phone chilling out. Like it's a full on like physical job. So I don't know. I think for me, like, the boomers are aging now, and maybe my parents were a little bit before the boomers, so I've experienced this maybe a little earlier than the people, the massive amount of people who are going to have to take care of their massive generation. So I feel like I'm sort of like 5 years ahead of where a lot of other people are going to be at. At the same time, there's also a part of me that's like, when this is over, what do I want to do with this knowledge? Like, in talking to other people, in some ways, it's a lot like fertility, where people who are having fertility problems talk about IVF all the time and they're really totally absorbed in it and they have to get this child and blah, 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 blah. And then it's over and they never want to talk about it again, So then there's people who are like, you want to talk about this now, but let me tell you, like when your mom is gone, you're not going to be like, let's just have the dementia yes, of course I want to help people and I want to help them like figure out how to deal with this, but you're going to be like, gotta close that door,
Yeah.
like need to
Right.
move on kind of thing. So
Well, maybe the podcast though, it's the vehicle for you right now to be the resource for in the future. So even if you don't continue, if you change the trajectory, at a later date to another type of podcast or something, but that this podcast will still be there for others who are coming up behind you. You're almost
yeah,
documenting this for you now and
right.
your peers, but also, it'll still be in existence so people can still find it when needed.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's good about your podcast also is these are sort of timeless conversations, so you can
Yeah.
go back. We'll all look way younger. We'll be like, oh my God, we look so great on this video, like that we did like 10 years ago. But, these are the kinds of things that they're like they're like message in a bottle. They're things that can stand the test of time.
Your name can too, though, because it's so your parents are old. You're talking about your experience taking care of your mom and others, right? And
Mm-hmm.
interact with other folks. But then as maybe you close that chapter, now it's like, okay, so your parents are old, I'm old, and I'm a parent, and you can now appeal to another generation of people on
That's
different
true.
topics.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
your
yeah.
Yeah.
name is
That's true.
it can go on for a while.
What made you want to start the So Your Parents Are Old podcast? When did you start
Well,
it?
I was going through this experience, so I felt like other people, probably had similar questions. I started in the fall in October, and you know, I mean, there's a couple of different kinds of interviews that are on there. So usually I have a guest, right? So like my realtor, I talk to about, the issues around selling a parent's home, the fact that like all these old people are in all these huge houses and they don't want to sell them, right? Because they want to pass them down to their kids with a stepped up basis and blah, blah, blah. And like, this is creating a lot of, housing problems in our country, basically, because people can't buy houses. These guys don't want to leave. And then, everything from like her to like just Louis Black's parents died at 101 and 104, and he took care of them. He was very funny, and he was making a lot of money on The Daily Show and everything. So he had all these different, he had a full team taking care of his parents. But he was just like, nobody should live this long. Like, this is insane. Yeah. Like, I'm at like my mom's like 101st birthday. I'm like, what is going on? Kathleen Madigan, who's a great comedian, came on and told a hilarious story about her dad having like a favorite fireman. You know how the firemen come in and they like pick the old people up off the couch? And she was like, how this guy is getting picked up so often that he's a favorite fireman. Like, where's Merck? I like it when Merck picks me up, so funny. Comedians are great. She's so good. She's really good. You should watch her special that she had on Amazon. She has a lot of stuff about parents in it. Yeah. But so, yeah. And then, then a friend of mine who's a hospice volunteer, there's like 500,000 people just volunteering for hospice around this country. Is so inspirational. There have been a lot of daughters of moms with dementia because I think this is something that goes on for so long that they are willing to talk about it. So like Lisa Gibbons, I don't know if you remember her, she was on like Entertainment Tonight, or Mara Walker, who was on CNN and now is like on the board of the Alzheimer's Association. And some people, I interviewed a woman named Michelle Boyaner who had made a documentary about her parents getting old, which is great. And she, I think it's called It's Not a Burden, or You're Not a Burden. And, while I was talking to her, she was like about to put her dad in, like, he was like dying, like about to go into hospice right then and there. So some of the conversations are really emotional, like people are crying, and some of them are very funny, and some of them were practical, and and then I'm going to try to do some like, how do you take care of you? We've done a few of those, but it's probably a good idea to and we had a friend of mine on who is going through menopause, and her mom died of dementia, and she's like wondering why she can't remember the name, and it's like her cat was sitting on her console, and she realized she was trying to say like console, but she couldn't remember the name. Like, she couldn't remember what the name was. Right. Like a little bit of an esoteric thing to call a piece of furniture. And, her doctor was like, as people say what's like about dementia, it's like the problem is not like if you can't remember the name. The problem is more like you don't know, like you see your cat, you don't know what it's for, or what I mean? Like it's sort of like, it's not a problem if you can't remember where your keys are. It's when you see your keys and you don't know what they're for. Like I remember when my mom, when I started to realize things were really wrong, is like we went out to lunch and she had a burrito and she like did not know what this was. Like she didn't know how to eat it. She couldn't understand what it was. And I was like, okay, that's really freaky, So yeah, it's like a weekly, weekly interview show, hopefully with less and less video, because I am like just tired of video, and I do a lot of editing. So for me, I always just like, I like to do that. Like that's what's fun for me. So I prefer like an audio product, because it's hard to edit video because it's weird if you're cutting it all up.
Yeah, it's definitely more time consuming. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because you really have every base covered, even self-care.
Yeah.
You have guests who have had many different experiences.
This has been such an affirming conversation. I feel this has been way better than ChatGPT being a therapist.
Have I agree?
Compliment. I'm better than chat.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I was just listening to, because even with the Lewis Black story, like his
Mhm.
story, so his parents, everyone's stories are so diverse, but that you can but they also are very cohesive. And then to have medical professionals on to represent that, and then
Mhm.
the self-care is huge, but even your friend with the menopause, like that is an interesting concept, because I also assumed, I know menopause, like you have the brain fog and you forget words, but I did assume that a sign of dementia was forgetting the word too. I didn't ever think about, it's not the word, it's the meaning behind the thing. So
Yeah.
that's really
So
enlightening.
encouraging.
That's, yeah,
No,
Find my
it's good to
keys. I'm like,
hear.
but
here we go.
you know what to do with the key, at
Yeah, I know what the
least,
key's for.
No, I
Yeah.
think that's actually a really vital piece of information, especially for women, because as we go through perimenopause and menopause, we, if our levels are off or whatever, we don't like, there's words I seriously, I'm struggling and I can't come with, but that's just the hormones all wacky. That's not, I don't have dementia, not yet, at least, knock on wood. But knowing that your grandmother had it and then your mom, are you really diving deep into preventative care?
I mean, I want to dive deep into preventative care. I've done the genetic testing and I don't have the genes, and I don't know if they had the gene and I don't have the gene. My mom's sister is sharp as a tack and way older than her. But I I have definitely changed my diet and I'm trying to change my stress. And I do a lot of yoga, but I have heard now from several people that it's like exercise to the point where you're huffing and puffing, right? Or you got to go sit in a sauna for like an hour because it's really about like the sweating out. I mean, people seem to be saying saunas are way better for us than, any of us understood before, and that
Yeah.
can be like, and that's great. I like sauna. So
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah.
I don't like running that much, but I mean, I do very hard yoga, so that is for sure exercise, but I think I could do more of it. Should I be taking creatine? Are there different things that,
You
can
should.
okay. All
You
right.
should. I
He's a
was
big
just about to
creatine
say no,
person,
but
yeah.
There is
there's a
some
huge
research. Yeah.
ton of research on especially for women.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going
Yeah.
to pretend to know it
No,
at
but
all, but
there
I would
is. There
probably
is.
double down on it. And it's easy to take. It doesn't taste at all. You can throw it in your coffee,
Yeah.
and it does have huge, and it's for your brain. Really,
Yeah.
a lot of people think of creatine in the muscle building, you know, arena, weightlifting
Mm-hmm.
and stuff, but it's for your brain.
Also, they're finding that gut health and dementia are tied.
I've
That's
heard that
another thing.
too.
They're really like, because they call the gut the second brain,
Mm-hmm.
and so there's so much coming out now. I
Or
feel
your
like
oral
Weightlifting is good.
health. Yeah. The
oral health.
weightlifting, oral
Yes.
health. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly like I am way healthier now than I was 5 years ago. And
Same.
hopefully in 5 years from now, I'll be healthier than I was. But
Yeah.
the stress is real. I mean, the crazy thing about being, a caregiver, and you could say I'm like a secondary caregiver because I'm not there every day, but I'm certainly the producer of my mom's entire life. Like the physical therapist wants to talk to somebody, she's calling me. Like everything, every bill is going through me, every like logistical thing is that, the stress of all that caregiving. Actually, they have studies that show that caregivers die earlier because of the amount of stress that they're under. So,
Yeah. Well, the sandwich generation.
Yeah.
right. Yeah. I mean, it's just that, I had kids late. My mom also had me late. And so everything is sort of like spaced out in this way where really you would think your parents are sort of, in the typical configuration, it's like your parents are passing as your kids are leaving the nest. And that's what gives people like a sort of crisis of identity. But it's certainly on a practical level way easier, right? Because I've got a 9-year-old, like, and a 14-year-old. I've got a 9-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl. So you can imagine they both require, quite a bit of attention and care and, are living in movies of their lives. And, I'm a tangential figure, but I like to, they're the main character energy all the time. So, yeah.
Pile on.
Absolutely. You're in it. You're in it. Parenting. You're in it.
That's what I was going to say. Not to pile on. You're probably in like the toughest ages.
You are.
It does get better.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah.
Middle school stuff is crazy.
And it starts around 9. Like 9 to I think 9 to 15 is like you hold on. Just hold on. But to also be caring for an elderly parent with dementia. I think there are a lot of Gen Xers who can relate to, even if their parent doesn't have dementia, they're still having to be hands-on with that elderly parent, and they're still raising kids. Whether they're 9, 10, 11, or whether they're 17, 18, 19, they're still having to be present with their children, and now also present, and there's that sandwich, and the stress level is off the charts.
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing with the elderly parent is like, I've had 1,000,001 people say like, you should put your mom in a home. And I'm like, is it going to be like that different? She lives in like a 2-bedroom apartment with no stairs, at least she's in a building where she knows everybody. Yes, of course, it means I'm not going to get the same amount of phone calls during the day or whatever, but there's going to be a whole host of other annoyances by her virtue of her being there. And it's going to cost more, by the way, and I just think there's no way, like the only way out of the situation is if you have a sibling who is an effective manager, nice human being who lives really close to your parent. And if that is the situation, you send that person flowers today because they're like allowing you to just live like a chill lifestyle.
Yeah.
But if there any other way you cut it, as soon as the parent is sort of in crisis with some sort of disease or really can't care for themselves, losing the ADLs, as you say, like you're gonna have to pay the piper. Like you're just in terms of your time,
Yeah, for sure. I think moving her to a assisted living would cause more problems because she'd be more stressed and would be reaching out to you even more. Like now she's at least in her space. Like you would be hearing more and hearing.
You'll get phone calls about some light that won't go off or some buzzing noise or something.
Yeah. Exactly.
I was going to ask you, with your children, because we talked about how you were raised and I think you summed it up amazing. Like you felt like you were kind of a roommate with your parents. What have you done differently raising your children? Have you tried to do the opposite, like give them an opposite vibe?
I did try that. I mean, I first was like, this is cool. Like, you guys just do whatever and I'll do whatever. And like, you don't, who cares about grades and it's all good. And just like, we're just chilling and, I'm not going to smother you and blah, blah, blah. And, you don't have to play violin. And my daughter actually wanted to play violin, which was really crazy. Yeah. But then it gets to, as like the rubber hits the road and you're like, oh, like we got to study for this history test. Like, are you aware of what an index card is? Like, we've got to like start getting a plan. And it's so I just don't know. Like, it's cool. I live in Brooklyn, blah, blah, blah. But like, really, I could be living anywhere. I could live in Boca. I could live in like a hardcore suburb. I could live in the forest. Like everybody who has like adolescent, young teen kids is sort of in the same experience of like, you're playing too much Roblox. You don't need to have like one set of day makeup and one set of night makeup. I'm not taking you to Sephora. Like, it's just like, we're all sort of, this is the phase, just the way you had the bassinet and you had the car seat. Now you got this phase. It is what it is. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
well, especially because they all have phones. And so they are all seeing the same thing and want the same thing.
Exactly. They're in a monoculture. They're actually in a monoculture. It's like we're like splitting off all over the place, but they all know like this TikTok dance and this like,
and that
Twitch guy.
all of that. Like it used to be like, oh, New York gets the fashion first, and then it spreads across the Midwest or LA, and even up in Portland, we would get something first and it would spread this way. Now it's everything comes out at once and they all know about it right at the same time.
Yeah.
There's none of that
Exactly.
organic, like catching on to trends.
Yeah.
It's the trend happen. Here's an example. 2 weeks ago, like Brian hacky sacked, like he's a Gen X or whatever. So he's a big hacky sacker. So he started hacking with our youngest like a couple weeks ago. It just happens now that it is like such a trend with this age, the teenagers, that you can't order certain hacky sacks. They're totally sold out. And that happened in the last couple weeks.
Well,
It's on TikTok.
That's
even
amazing.
Yeah.
I
Hacky
bought
sack.
hacky sacks, and I bought a 3-pack of these ones. I was like, all right, we'll try these. If these don't work for him, I'll come back and get this other one. I came back, they're all gone. You cannot
you
buy a
can't
hacky
get
sack or anything.
And we've learned it's on
Yeah,
TikTok.
it went viral.
All the frat boys are doing it.
Okay,
all the
that
schoolers.
is really 90s are back.
Yes.
If the
Mhm.
hacky sacks are back.
It is. And thankfully, Brian's actually really good at it. So Dylan will be like, come out front, hack with me and like his friends. So he's being like, okay, but it's like the thing. So, but that happened
I'm the OG.
in a matter
Amazing.
of like that. Now it's a trend. Now
Well-
everybody wants it. And I'm like, this is crazy.
So here's another interesting thing. So I was on Facebook last night. A buddy of mine, his wife posted pictures of their lacrosse Friday night team building event, and they're up in New Jersey, and they had a hack circle.
Oh,
So they have a
I
hack
didn't know
circle.
that.
But what's even crazier, and this has been going on for a while, they all have the same hairstyle as our 16-year-old down here.
Oh, you mean
Ugh.
The kids, not the
kids.
parents. The kids,
Ugh.
same hairstyles, and they were all in a big hack circle.
I call it the llama. Do the boys in Brooklyn have it, where the fluffy hair in the front?
Oh, yes. My son doesn't have that, but yes, I've seen a
Yeah.
lot of that fluffy
Yeah.
hair. Yeah, no, I mean, we saw some people from Europe and they were like talking about Mr. Beast, and I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
what?
huge.
Yes,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
he is the hugest for sure, but yeah, they're all in this like swirl, and my kids very much feel like if I take away their ability to do that, then what is the other option? Just nothingness.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
You mean
bored. I'm so bored. I'm like,
Yeah.
you're bored. It's been like 2 minutes that you haven't been watching like YouTube. I also hate YouTube in terms of just like the content of the morality of a lot of the stuff that's for young kids is like, it's all like Lamborghini, get yours. Like,
I'll tell you, it's on TikTok. It's on everything. We've worked hard, especially where we live, to try to keep our kids grounded because it's just so. And I'll tell our youngest, like, half of what you see, they've rented that Lamborghini for like the
Yeah.
weekend. Like in Miami, the men in their 20s rent them to try
Yeah.
to get girls, and then meanwhile there's like 5 of them sharing a 1-bedroom apartment in Miami.
Right.
So
Exactly. Yeah.
when we've talked to him about porn and like that's acting, that's not real, and the first girl you have sex with isn't going to look like that or want you to do that to her.
Yeah.
So it's just like all those like keeping reality in the situation because they are the digital generation, and we don't know what
they
they're
moved
seeing.
past it too. They're like, at least he like watches fishing videos or something. There's some utility there as opposed to some living vicariously through others.
Yeah, as they get older, for sure. So wait, I want to go back to the Ivanka Trump, Ivanka or Ivana?
Ivanka.
Ivanka Trump podcast you did. Was that your first podcast that was just yours?
Yeah, no, it was my first podcast ever that I did at all.
What made you want to do a podcast?
Just, New York Magazine they had a deal with a place called Luminary, which was paying for podcasts. Actually, this is bring up Russell Brand again in this conversation. He was on, his early podcast was on it. They had, Lena Dunham. I wonder if they had Dave Chappelle. Maybe for a minute they had Dave Chappelle in there. And, Serial had come out, S-Town had come out. People were excited about these reported, again, observational, reported, scripted podcasts by journalists. So they asked for ideas, and that was my idea. And they said, okay, let's go ahead and do it. And I went in and did that. And then I started a company with a couple of other like mid-career journalists who also were making that style of podcast. So we were not doing chat at all. And we started a company called Campside in March 2020. So like right in the middle of COVID.
COVID, yeah.
Right when it started.
So it was like one guy who's producer, businessman, and then these two male writers and me. So the four of us, we all had small kids. So it was bananas. Yeah, it was bananas. Starting a company in the middle of COVID, you know, and we didn't know that much about podcasting. We'd only just started. But the you know, the market was really good for that kind of stuff at that time. So, you know, we made, I mean, dozens of them, and we made them, and our friends made them, and different investigative journalists. We have this franchise called Chameleon that has had a bunch of good stories in it, and is now like a weekly show by Josh Jean, who is my partner, who is really talented, and they're just like scam stories that you've never heard before, you know. So everything was sort of similar to we all have a similar-ish style of writing, of like spending time with people, really trying to get to know them, really trying to observe them. A lot of true crime, a lot of like, this person's actually innocent when you look back at the case, you know.
Like research?
A lot of research. A lot of, you know, when we were like assessing stories, it was just like, okay, who's alive? Who can still actually give an interview about this? So it's not just, okay, we read about it and we're going to tell you what we think happened. They're real interviews with people who were there. In some cases, was super tough. Like I made a podcast about a murder. I think, was it in like 81? I can't remember the exact year, but it was in Milwaukee, but a bunch of cops, and these people were just like living really hard. Like all of them were gone. I was like, you guys are not that old. You all were like in your 20s when this happened. How come all of you are dead? Like, you know, so it's really was the interesting thinking also about my parents. Like stories really have like a sell by date on them. Like you have to get there before those people disappear, or it's over. In most cases, it's just over. Nobody is coming back to grab that story because you didn't leave, you know, a journal or whatever, you know.
Yeah. So when you say scripted podcast, can you define that for me? Is that where you literally are writing out like all the questions you're going to ask?
No, you're just, well, yeah, you might write out the questions, but you basically do like an interview that we did, but it's as if I'm processing it afterwards. So like you guys would now take my interview, but you would write, you know, let's say I killed somebody or something. So it's like, you know, you're interested in finding out about me, but more as a character in this overall script about this murder. So you'd be, you know, like, we drove over to, or we didn't drive any place, but like we asked Vanessa if she would talk to us about her life. And so she said she would. So it was Saturday. It was sort of warm in Boca, and we all got on the Zoom at 3:00. Yeah, exactly. And then you'd like use little quotations, basically. So more like a document. They call them audio documentaries, right? So they're like a documentary. They're sometimes 4 or 5 hours long.
That's so interesting.
They're a lot of work.
I didn't know that's what it was called. I'm sure.
Yeah.
If you're pulling sound bites.
You're pulling
right?
sound bites.
You're like, you're basically like picking.
Yes.
So you're telling a story. And then going back to the initial interview and injecting that response, and then maybe doing some more color commentary, and then coming back and grabbing another soundbite, that kind of thing.
Yeah. And then also getting archival. So pulling like, okay, this person gave an interview to whoever, like some newscaster.
No, it's how much work is that? My gosh, that's so much work.
Yeah, it's like working for 2020 or something. you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, because a podcast is a lot of work. People don't realize that a podcast is
this
a
is
lot
a
of
lot of
work,
work. I know.
and there's no ending, right? Like you need to keep doing it. It's not like talk about finishing and crossing out the to do list. Sure, you might be done with that guest, but you're right on to the next guest, and there's
Yeah.
always post production, and there's always recording, and there's always promoting, and there's so
Yeah.
many other layers you can take it to if you can find the time to devote to those next steps. So
Right.
I can't imagine doing an interview and then also embedding that into an entire production that you're of almost a documentary concept. So that were you doing that and raising two little kids?
Yes.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that was
Taking care of your mom.
bananas.
mom and
Yeah.
taking care of your
And
mom.
taking care of my mom. Yeah. And
Wow.
it's in some ways it's easier than just writing on your own because at least there's a team and people are doing different parts of it. And so you're
Mhm.
not on your own, which is like writing can be really lonely, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, it just was so crazy. To me, the thing that really killed me is like the amount of Zooms and like things where it's not like I feel like I need to like have makeup on, but I just you've got to be like your professional, presentable self, you know? So even if you're not going into the office, like that collision between like work life and home life, and then I'm at my mom's, I've got my laptop and I'm on a Zoom, and then I'm like driving to get my kids, and then, you know, the great thing about having this kind of hectic lifestyle with podcasting is for that kind of writing, you have to listen a lot to the interviews to like get a sense of like, okay, this person said this really interesting thing at minute
Yeah.
15 and then 25 and blah, blah, blah. So driving around in a car is excellent for it, right? Because you're
Yeah.
like, oh, I can't wait to drive to my kids' school to pick them up because I get to do this multitasking, you know?
Yeah.
Get some work done.
Yeah, but you start multitasking, you know, as you know, it's like you're multitasking your life away. Like you
Yes.
start to be like, what did I even do today? All I did was like frantically do 16 things and,
Yeah.
you know, to try to get presence through that experience. And it is all about presence
And
is,
that's
Yeah.
tough. I feel like I multitask my life.
Well,
away.
yeah, and also Gen X, we have the Gen X grind, but we also are trained to do everything frantically because everything for some reason is urgent. Like even doing the dishes or doing the laundry, you got to do it quick. You know, you got to walk from
yeah,
the kitchen to the laundry room as fast as you can because you got to get this. So
yeah,
that's been something I have challenged myself in the last year is to do things non-urgently unless
yeah,
they are required,
Slow down.
unless it requires urgency to try to help regulate my nervous system, which is
yeah,
what was out of whack for most of my life. So, but I think we're all just kind of realizing we've been multitasking everything our whole lives, but especially even now, it's training ourselves to not continue that dysregulation of everything is not, doesn't require that urgency, but that's
yeah. I
hard.
mean, I think that's what goes back to what we were talking about before about the to-do list. Like you have to have the acceptance that the to-do list is not going to get that much shorter today. If it doesn't, it's okay,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
and like but also like the adulting part of it is just like you have to also just be like I have to do this, like I have to do these things, so it's up to me how I want to do them. Like either I can frantically run around like a psycho and piss everybody in my life off because I'm annoying because I'm always like too much
Yeah.
energy, too much like nervous energy, or I can do them in a more mellow way, but like ultimately there's no other person, like there's no parent, there's no like assistant, there's no person who's coming in to like really solve it for
Mhm.
you nobody's coming to save you, it's just you and it's your reaction to having
Yeah.
so many things that require adult like capabilities,
Responsive.
yeah,
Well,
responses,
and if you burn out because you're burning every candle you have at every end, then there's going to be no one left to do anything
right,
if you are the only one. So
yeah,
it's a weird balance of self-care, creating space and giving yourself permission for the self-care so that you can continue to take care of everything.
yeah.
It's really the whole thing is very weird. I have to ask, how is Ivanka Trump?
I
Was
didn't
she
interview her.
okay?
It was like more of a right around. Yes, that would have. I wish I had. She's in Florida.
She
You
is
guys
in
should
Florida.
go check her out over there.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I just
no.
talked to people who knew her, so
Okay. Was it positive?
it was sort of middle of the road. It wasn't, I wouldn't say it was totally positive, but it was more of a like, again, like observational, somewhat humorous, like, who
Okay.
is this person kind of thing. I mean, I will say that everybody who grew up with her, I mean, there was like one or two people who really didn't like her, but generally, people actually really liked her as a kid. She really tried hard. She was not like the mean girl in school. She was like trying hard to sort of like meet people where they're at, be responsible, be, I mean, you want to talk about somebody who's had a lot of responsibility put on her, right?
Mhm.
Since
Yeah.
she was young.
Yeah.
Um, so I didn't, I think there's more stuff that came out during that first like administration, sort of behind the scenes. Well, what are her and Jared like really doing? Than a lot of the stuff that I found of her early life.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
You
that's
know,
interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you got to interview her or not, so it's just
no, I would
curious.
like to interview her,
I know,
Ivanka. If
right?
you're
Wouldn't that be
Yeah.
so
listening, I'm still here. Yeah.
great? Do you have any questions before I ask my last question?
No, I mean, I find you fascinating. We could keep going. I think we've been at
I
this
For
love
for
sure.
4
this. I
hours.
love this. You guys, we are so
Hours.
perfectly matched. Also, our nervous systems are well matched. I'm
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
so happy. No, but this is such a joy to talk to people who are just like, can we like bring it down and be mellow
Yeah.
for a second, as opposed to like having to like hit our marks in
Yes.
and you guys are, yeah, you're very good conversationalists. Now I understand why you're making this work,
Thank
you
you.
know?
Yeah,
I
thanks.
mean, I hope that you felt comfortable and enjoyed the
Totally.
conversation. Oh, good.
Yeah.
We've loved having you on. This has been, like Brian
Thank
said,
you.
we could go
Yeah,
easily
I mean,
another
it's
4
Yeah.
hours.
and I'm like, there's so much more.
No. Yeah, I always check in with him though before I ask my last question, because before I started doing that, he would be like, I had another question. So I always want to make sure,
I'm curious, what kind of music are you into?
I have to tell you, I feel like the only music I'm into is the music that my daughter listens to
Yeah.
because she's like listening to, but I mean, I really like the music from like, the early to mid 90s. So like
Yeah.
Blur, like things, the things that are sort of contained within that space. Like I like De La Soul and
Yeah.
like Brand Nubian and like stuff that is a little bit lighter than like more of like a Nirvana or like I would prefer like Tribe Called Quest to like Public Enemy, but I
Mhm.
do listen. It kills me when it's like the station is called classic rock and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, I mean, sorry, classic rap. And you're
Yeah.
like, classic rap. This is cool.
We had classic rap station. That
Yeah.
cracked me up. Oh, that's so funny.
That came out when we were kids,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, we were there.
I guess,
Yeah.
Run DM.
LL
You know who
Cool
I
J,
heard the
Run
other day
DMC.
Yeah.
is Gin Blossoms. Do you remember Gin
Yeah.
Blossoms? Or like,
I like them.
I like them. I like, who's coming back is Sublime. Like my 16
Oh, I have
year old
heard
girl
some Sublime
Sublime.
from
love
my
Sublime.
daughter's room as
Yes.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sublime's coming back, and so is Train. I
Yeah.
really like
But
Train.
interestingly, no like Liz Fair, no
No.
like Alanis, no, it's weird. That'll happen
right.
probably eventually.
I hope so. Yeah. What does she listen to?
That's what like sort of what I just said. Like she listens to, I put on. So actually, we were listening to Macklemore the other day, and she was like, "I've
Mhm.
never heard that before." And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting because you're really listening to like the '90s stuff."
Yeah.
You
What a
know,
trip. Although he's kind of even, isn't he, like a little early 2000s?
the early 2000s. Yeah, but
Macklemore.
I feel like her
Yeah.
thing is more. I mean, she was more into like they wanted to listen to TikTok radio. They still like to listen to TikTok radio, so they're
Yeah.
still interested in like the Noah Kahan she loves. Where I'm like, I don't know about this guy. Like, do we really have to listen to this?
I don't know who that is.
I
I'll
don't
have to
either.
check
Check
Noah
him
Kahn.
out. He's
Okay.
Noah Khan. Yeah, he's
Like,
a sort of light rock kind of
okay. Oh, I'd
guy.
love to see bands come back. Like,
Yeah,
we haven't had bands in a long time.
it's
I would love
true.
to see bands come back. Okay, is
Yeah.
that it?
I think so.
Okay.
Mhm.
My last question is always, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Oh my God, I'm just trying to get through today, you guys. I don't know. I mean, I do. I don't see myself in that different of a place. I feel like I'm still going to be dealing with teenagers and my mom and like a teetering writing career. But I mean, I think that I want to write more. I've sort of decided that I'm not going to do as much podcasting. Like I'm still going to make my show. I'm still going to make, but the scripted podcasting, which is so laborious, I'm going to try to put that energy into doing like text writing, maybe writing another book or writing a bunch of articles that I'm really excited about. Cause I think that just, again, with the way that I was raised and the number of books I've read, that's something I can really bring to like the world that is not what everybody else can, because people are just not educated in the same way of like reading so much, when so I feel that maybe that's more of a gift of mine to give. And I don't know, I hope I'm like a little calmer. I hope the world is calmer. I hope like this moment in culture sort of passes us by and what we said happens, where the AI slop sort of takes over, and then the things that are human actually are much more resonant and more valuable to people. Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to say like I see myself retiring, but I somehow do not see myself retiring.
Yeah, I think that's too early for all of us. But no, I think that's a great outlook, and I think that all makes sense. I love what you said about writing from the perspective of someone who's truly a book lover that has ingested, novels and novels and novels in a totally different way than young people do. Even our daughter's a big reader, but not in the way that you're talking about. So I do think it's unique, and I think it's something that young readers would enjoy, is that
Yeah.
perspective.
Yeah.
I didn't even ask the title of your book.
It's called Blurred Lines.
Blurred Lines.
Yeah.
Okay. Can people find that still?
Yeah. Yeah. It's still
Okay.
out there.
And we'll include it in the show notes for sure.
Yeah, and so I make this podcast, So Your Parents Are Old. I also have lots of, like, if you search for my very complicated name, there's lots of other podcasts that are out there that I've made. Some of them
Okay.
scripted. Yeah.
Well, so Your Parents Are Old podcast. We will include all that information for any listeners, because I know this is going to resonate, especially for a lot of listeners that are in that boat. They're either
Mhm.
starting to take care of their elderly parents, or they're in the middle of it or the end of it. But I don't think there's a lot of resources of happening in real time for our generation that's going through this. I think we're just now all starting to talk about it. And we didn't even touch on those of us who are taking care of elderly parents who caused our trauma.
Yeah.
Like some people are having to take care of parents and really in contact with those parents for the first time, maybe in 20 years, 25 years, because of trauma that happened. And so there's that too. That's a whole nother aspect of
Absolutely.
it. That
Absolutely.
would be a
Yeah.
good episode for you
That
to
would
do.
be, I'm going to write that down. That is a very good idea.
hmm
Yes. Yeah.
is
Because
taking
it's really
care.
true. There are people who are going no contact, but it's like, are you going no contact at the end of the person's life
Right,
also? You know?
right. Or have you kept just enough contact
Right.
and now you're being pulled in to handle end of care,
Yes, exactly.
So that I think that would be a really good episode to do for sure. But your story, I find it so fascinating, especially from someone who grew up in Oregon.
I know.
My perspective of kids who grew up in the city, you guys were like cooler than everybody and knew more than all of us, and we're way more sophisticated. And then to learn that you actually were Carrie Bradshaw for a while. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. I do think you could do something with that. That's such a, well, the kids say niche now. We said
Yeah.
niche, but that's such a niche. And that's another thing. The girls that are in their 20s now like watch Sex in the City, and like they look back
Oh,
on that.
do
Like,
they?
oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's something to look into. But just you're and then all the juggling you did with writing a book in the middle, like not in the middle but alongside, then your losing your father and having a child and moving. I mean, you really have gone through it, and you're still in it, raising these kids and caring for your mom. So I mean, I think your story is fascinating, but it's really inspiring too. And then to share your experience with your podcast to help others, I think it's so great. I love to see us using our voices to help each other and then to leave that legacy behind for those coming after us. So thank you
Yeah.
for spending so much time with
Yeah.
us.
Thank you. This has been so like such a beautiful way to spend an afternoon. It's now getting dark. I'm like, is it about to pour or is it just we've been on the conversation so long it's actually getting dark?
Yeah.
But I mean, I really appreciate the time that you guys took with this, and I watched some of your videos before, but I didn't realize like how good it would feel to
Mhm.
come on here and tell my story. So I really appreciate that you're making like a safe space for all its Gen Xers that don't need to call it a safe space, but still need
Yeah.
to talk a little bit.
Yeah.
Just hanging out.
We
Yeah,
were like the invisible generation for so long, the forgotten generation, whatever, that I think it's about time we all have an opportunity to tell our stories because as diverse as they are, we really have a shared experience and not
yeah,
just through our childhood, but right now midlife, a lot we are having a shared experience and we didn't have social media in childhood to kind of alert each other, hey, you're not the only one, you're not alone.
right.
I feel this way too, but we have it now. And
Yeah,
so it's another way for us to validate each other of like you're not crazy and you're not alone. And here's some information that maybe will help you because it helped me.
yeah.
So I appreciate you being part of that legacy.
Awesome. Thank you guys
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
much for
Thank
having
you,
Thank
me.
you.
Vanessa. No, it was
Yeah.
wonderful. And
Yeah.
for our listeners, again, we'll include in the show notes everywhere you can find Vanessa. So Your Parents Are Old podcast. We're going to link up her book. And so any questions or comments, please leave them and Vanessa will see them on social media. And as you know, we always love to hear from you. So thank you for listening and we will see you next time. Bye.